Game, and we're going to gavel this thing in tonight.
Gavel away. Let's go. Let's go.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the February 10th Planning Commission meeting. Nice crowd tonight. We will try and move as quickly as possible to give everyone an opportunity to be heard, but I suspect that it's going to be a long meeting. To start, let's go ahead and do a quick roll call. I see all 5 members of the commission in attendance in person. Good. Perfect. The first item on the agenda after the call to order is the approval of minutes from the January 13th, 2024 meeting. Would anyone like to make a motion on the minutes?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
The motion to approve the minutes. Any board comment or commission comment? Great. Any public comment on the minutes from last month's meeting? Perfect. Okay. With no comment, I call the vote. All in favor of approving the minutes from the January 13th, 2024 meeting, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you. All right, that takes us to number 3 on the agenda tonight, the HOWIE lot line change. Is the applicant in the room today?
I am, yes.
Oh, on the line, perfect.
And my neighbor, Michelle, is also here.
Okay, perfect. There we go. We got you both on the Zoom. Good to see you again. Welcome back. Jim, do you want to give us a rundown on what's going on here today?
The applicant had gone through the review letter provided by our township engineer, has revised the plans to address most of the comments. I know there are still just a few outstanding ones. One item is the requirement for a wetlands delineation. They are requesting a waiver from that provision since they are doing no construction work at this time. The other item would be the requirement for a right-of-way dedication along Woodside Road. Once again, the applicant has stated that they are planning to do no work at this time. I know the township has no plans to widen the road in that area. So as far as a dedication of right-of-way, I'm not sure if that is exactly necessary. I know I did suggest that maybe just a right-of-way easement that would allow us in the future, if we needed to obtain the right-of-way, we could do that. Might be a good compromise. It doesn't change the acreage of the lot and would satisfy any potential need in the future for any right-of-way.
Okay, thank you. Did we have an updated letter or plan that was sent out this week with this?
No, there wasn't an due to the timing of the resubmission. We're still reviewing the resubmission for it. We did take a look at the comments that the applicant provided, and there, as Jim mentioned, there are a few waivers. We would also recommend additional waivers for it. One regarding the sizing of the woodlands, of the trees for the woodlands. That was Remington and Vernick's comment 15. Additionally, the applicant is requesting the setback for the shed to be counted as an existing nonconformity from their review letter, and the new lot line is being proposed, so we would recommend further discussion on that tonight, as it's not an existing nonconformity. The shed is a existing shed on the existing lot. However, the property line between the two parcels being relocated is proposed at this moment.
Okay. So there's no new letter before us since the January 13th meeting, or?
Correct.
All right. So we don't really have anything to review here or go through.
I would say most of the items, there are some engineering items that would be able to be complied, and I could go through, I'm prepared to just go through those numbers that I think are currently open by the applicant, and then, as Jim mentioned, the waivers there that were discussed. But correct, we didn't have time to review this resubmission that was made at the end of the month.
Okay. I'm not So Ms. Standby, I believe you're readying your property for sale, is that correct? I'm sorry, you're on mute.
It's currently off the market, but my obvious concern is that, with all due respect, the dedication requested is on the front of the property. The lot line change is actually to the very rear of the property.
Yeah.
So, it impacts a lot. It impacts me moving forward, and it's a big ask for a property owner to grant that excessive
Sure.
extra easement, unless everybody on Woodside Road is getting the same thing. So, that was basically where I believe we left it, and Ken and I have been, in a friendly agreement, and it's a very small piece of property. So we went through all of the waiver issues that were presented last time.
Okay. Yeah, so what I'm trying to get at here is I don't want to waste your time, and I don't want to provide undue delay. But if we're still waiting for the town's engineer to provide any sort of comments, I would not be comfortable with the commission going through a review that hasn't been completed, right? And having a discussion on points that we don't have in front of us. So I think if you're comfortable with it, I think we're all pretty well versed with the issue of the shed location and the request for the dedication or easement along the front of the property. And if everyone's amenable to it, let's take a couple of minutes and discuss those now. But I think otherwise we'll need to continue this matter until the next meeting of the Planning Commission.
I agree with you, Chair. Agree with you.
Okay. So that being said, let's just open the discussion on the issue of the dedication on the front of the property. So the township was requesting that you consider dedicating land at the front of the property so that we have access for utilities in the future. That would represent the property owner granting the land to the township. Is that correct? That was the request?
Correct.
So, Mr. Majewski, your recommendation at this point is that the property owner grant an easement to the town so that we are able to do maintenance on any buried utilities in that space in the future if we need to, without obtaining specific permission per incident from the property owner at that time. Is that correct?
Well, there are no existing utilities in that area. There's no water, no sewer, no gas. If there is that eventuality that sewer is run up Delaware Rim Drive to the property, then maybe you might need an easement, but the chances of it being needed are remote.
Okay. So, from that perspective, ma'am, are you amenable to granting an easement for something that may or may not happen at a future date to be determined that appears not to be necessary at this time?
I don't think I would agree to it without consulting with my attorney, full easement if it impacts because of a potential utility. But I also want to go on the record that there's 200-year-old trees out front. It's a historic farm property. So the potential of putting any underground utilities, and Jim and I have talked about that for quite a while, probably wouldn't be feasible, and the walk path is across the street. So,
yeah, understandable. I think it's we have great respect for the position there. Does anyone else have any questions or comments related to the request for consideration of an easement?
If they don't change,
Are you on, Mike?
yeah, I'm on mic. If they don't, if they're not putting this request in, there's no easement there today?
We're not sure. Is that correct, Jim?
There is no easement there currently.
Okay.
And there are no utilities. The only utilities are utility poles along the road.
So this request is sort of us and the township saying like there probably should have been an easement there at some point. We never put it there and catch this in case. So while we're going through this change, we want to just try and get it in there. I'm just trying to understand that.
Yeah, well, our ordinance is kind of written that it's more for a minor subdivision, more so than a lot line change where you're subdividing property, you're creating an extra lot, and therefore you should grant the right-of-way. So if in the future we need to go through there, we have that right. This, of course, is like a 250-year-old property with the house there. So, there are no utilities other than the utility poles, which have Bell telephone easements or whatever on record. So it's something that isn't necessarily necessary, but it is an ordinance requirement that either needs to be waived or partially waived.
Okay.
My inclination is to recommend that we waive the requirement because,
I mean,
as he said, it's a lot line change.
Yeah, that's kind of.
Changes are way in the back. Nothing is really affecting the front of the property on Woodside, so.
You're not creating a condition where a new property owner may come in and we have to protect their rights to access to utilities. Yeah, I think I would be amenable to the same at the next meeting.
That's kind of where my gut is kind of saying, you're really just taking one piece of property from an existing home and property to another existing home and property, right?
Right.
So you're not really creating a condition where something new is going to be required.
Right. Okay.
On board with everybody else.
Okay. We're not going to have a vote on that tonight, obviously, but I think the position of the commission is pretty clear. The Board of Supervisors may feel differently, but I think we're in pretty unanimous agreement here. On the matter of the shed, so just to recap, there's a shed located in the rear of the property, which is conforming today. The proposed change to the lot lines will place the shed within, I believe it was 3 feet, Jim, of the new lot line. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
The shed's actually located, pretty much, the corner of the shed's located on the new lot line.
Okay. And we recently just redid the ordinance, right, that sets setbacks for accessory structures. I think in our last meeting, we had recommended that the two property owners potentially consider shifting that lot line a couple of feet so that it's conforming. Just to open up the discussion, but my first impression is that I always hate recrafting an ordinance and then granting a waiver to it within 60 days.
We're creating a problem for a subsequent property owner.
And I guess I have a question. What is this shed like? Is it a modern shed that could easily be moved, or is it something that's maybe, 50, 80 years old that if you try to move it, it'll be destroyed?
May I just, I'll just press, I kind of get, you don't want to set precedents, and I get it. And I really do respect you guys reviewing this. I used to be on the Historic Commission, so I understand how valuable saving these old historic properties and not subdividing them are. The shed is probably 80 years old, so it will eventually fall down if Ken can concur on that one. But yeah, the stipulation would be in the event my transaction of land, it goes to a new owner, this shed would be moved in a sale of agreement. So that's basically, it's an old shed. You could probably push it over.
In addition, we had consulted with Kavanaugh, the surveying group, about this. And I think one of the issues that they pointed out is that, in order for us to do kind of a clean lot line shift that ties into an existing corner, that it would need to be, kind of placed within 3 to 5 feet of the shed. I mean, it could be moved a little bit over, but, any further, and you're kind of creating an angle that, part of the shed would still not be 10 feet set back to tie to the existing corner, but part of it would. And so they had highlighted that as a potential issue, and since we kind of have the plans drawn as they are, plus the challenge that they had highlighted in doing that, plus, as Michelle has noted, it's really an old shed that, I think both of us kind of look at as just, a piece of grandfathered history on the property, but not necessarily a selling point of the house, I guess, right?
No, but the end of the driveway is, so we
Right.
like where the line changes. So that's kind of where we're at. It's not a deal breaker, so to speak. It'll probably
it-
fall down on its own.
And if it would be helpful, I don't know if it would be useful for the committee here, but, we'd be happy to take pictures and show them at the next meeting if that would help in the decision making as well, just to kind of see what we're talking about here. But
I think, at least from my perspective, the matter at hand is really just, we have an ordinance, right? It says the setbacks are X. You're currently in conformance. You're asking us to allow you to be non-conformant within 2 months of the ordinance. If the shed's going to fall down anyways, and if you're likely to take it down at the time of sale, the easiest way forward here is going to be to help that shed fall down, right?
Or just put a note in the plan, shed to be removed.
Yeah,
And as long as
that's what
it's
I was
removed in a
anticipating.
reasonable amount of time, you're fine.
And that's kind of how it's been prefaced to potential, if I choose to put the house back on the market, that's how it would be. The shed's gone. So,
Yep.
Jim, is there a certain timeframe then for that to happen, or do we have to?
Well, I think coincident with the sale would be good.
I guess I'd ask the question, if we know it's falling down, it doesn't sound like it's really useful, functionally useful, and it's a shed, it's not like it's an old, sorry, it's not like it's an old
Adrian.
farmhouse.
Is your light green, buddy?
Yes, it is.
All right, you're good.
I was just leaning back. Why not just tear it down?
because it's holding some old stuff in there. It's an old shed holding some old stuff in an old house. So
In
got
my
these-
mind, if they say to be removed, it'll be removed in a reasonable amount of time. And if it's not removed, then we will unfortunately have to cite the new owners to remove it.
Listen, I'm open to it. I do have concerns about, the case where the owner of the second property sells the property and someone else moves in. The new owner of the primary property didn't remove the shed, and now we're issuing a citation to say, hey, this shed was supposed to be removed. I mean, it's not like we're going to send Public Works over there to knock a shed down, right? So, anyways, I think
I'm kind of in the mindset that if this is going to happen, you got to either move the lot line or you got to take out down the shed.
yeah. TJ or Tony, you have any comment on the matter?
I mean, I think just a condition, we just get rid of the shed. That's our approval. I mean, there's not much that we could do else. I mean, we can't police everything, so my comment is just our recommendation, when we get it, is to remove the shed as part of our recommendation, so.
Or move the lot line.
Yeah. So I think you folks will be back before us in about a month, and we can take it up there. I think we've given you some indications of the directions we're looking at as of now. We'll have an opportunity to talk about this again in a couple of weeks. Is there anything that you wanted to add before we make a motion to continue the matter?
No, I mean, I think we'll look for any additional comments from engineering review. There's also, as Pat had mentioned, a couple of other waivers that were requested. One of them is for full wetland certification or a full wetland evaluation, as that would be something that we would be pursuing anyway for any new construction on the property. And so given that, it's a very small lot line change in a small area, that wouldn't be kind of a wetland, that we were requesting a waiver from that. I'm not sure if that's something that would be worth discussing here or not. I mean, I feel like I kind of got the directional sense from him at the outset here that, that there would be openness to that as a waiver, but I don't know if that's kind of the only other one that kind of sticks out as potentially hearing some direction from the group here, if that would be useful.
I don't think I'm comfortable discussing wetland protections without something written in front of us to review. I think I know it's a small change and it's probably a small impact, but I don't want to open up that conversation without anything written in front of us. With that said, does somebody want to make the motion? Yeah.
I'll move to table this to the next discussion when we have more information.
I'll second that.
Is there any public comment? Okay, that being said, the question is to table the matter to the next meeting of the Planning Commission to give all parties time to review and respond to the comments from the town's engineer. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to push you another month.
Welcome. Thank you.
Yep. The next matter before us is the 1511 Lindenhurst Minor Subdivision, Sewage Facilities Planning Modules Component 4A, et cetera, et cetera. Jim, do you want to set the table for us, and then we'll introduce all of our various guests?
Can't see the lights. As you may recall, last year you guys had recommended approval of the minor subdivision for 1511 Lindenhurst Road that would create one new building lot. They've been working for the last year or so with Aqua to try to figure out how to get sewer to this property. They've run into a few stumbling blocks. Aqua has a policy where they don't like to have their sewer lines within easements on private property whenever possible. They prefer to be in the right-of-way. They had been looking at extending the line up along Woodside Road, about 1,725 feet. They did get an estimate for the cost of construction of that. It was $320,000 roughly. If the two properties along the way shared in the cost, it would be between $62,000 and $80,000 for the people to have the sewer line run in front of their property. Plus, you'd have the cost to run the plumbing into the house from there. After that, we were looking at a few other alternatives, and one of the things that had come up was we talked about if somehow we can't work out the finances to make this practical to come up Woodside Road, could we at least hook up the existing house that is adjacent to an easement in the Dolington Estates 2 development on Trowbridge Drive? Aqua didn't necessarily have a problem with that, but they expressed their discomfort with having the line go through their sewer easement on the property. And then we talked about suggesting cutting short that easement just to encompass their sewer line. That would be shown, that area in yellow. Instead of the easement where the orange is and the yellow extending all the way to the property line for that new subdivision, they talked about cutting it short. When I had mentioned that to Barbara Kirk, Barbara said, well, if they're going to be doing that, then why can't you run two individual lines, one from the existing house into that manhole, and a separate line from the proposed house through a private easement on
Across lot
1. I forget if it's 1 or 2.
It's one.
Lot 2 would be the one benefiting the easement, and it would run through and along Lot 1.
Okay, so an easement for Lot 2, running through Lot 1, then running through what would be converted from an Aqua easement to a private easement for the benefit of Lot 1 and 2. And therefore, that would get around the issue of having one line branching off to two houses. It would be two separate lines, fully under the ownership of each individual lot. I discussed this with a member of Aqua, and they've been circulating around their office. They didn't have a chance to talk to everyone because of vacations and such. But their initial thoughts were that this may be something that could actually work. And if you had two laterals going into the line, they had a couple of questions. How wide would each easement have to be for that lateral going to the manhole? What about where they tie into the manhole? Is there going to be a little bit of an overlap between the two easements? Does that create any problems? I don't think that's necessarily an Aqua problem, but it is sort of a functionality problem that they just wanted to make everyone aware of. And then the other thing was would they be allowed to use that easement since it's going through the neighbor's property? And I know that's sort of a legal question that the solicitors will need to just look into and be sure that that would be proper to be taking an aqua easement on people's lot and giving it to private people as a private easement. I know Aqua also is concerned with how do they do billing, because, you know, if you have one line and then it branches off, it's a little bit different, and they think that it may satisfy that. So their initial reaction is it's something that may actually work, and that would allow them to not have to request a waiver or request that one of the lots be on a private septic system, and that both could be on public sewage system as contemplated and required for our ordinance.
Okay. So that being said, is there any action for us to be taking tonight? Because it sounds like Aqua and the various landowners just need a little bit more time.
Good evening. Erica Miller, I'm an attorney at Obermeyer. I represent the developer of this small subdivision. Yeah, I think so. I don't necessarily want to withdraw our waiver request at this moment. We just got these plans. It's still in the works, but I think if we don't need this waiver, we basically, my understanding is we could go forward to the Board of Supervisors meeting in a couple of weeks, assuming that this gets worked out in that time period with your previous recommendation. If you agree, I think I don't need to take up any more time.
Did we have a previous?
So last month, you had the review, and the commission was hesitant to approve a
Right.
waiver in order to have at least even Lot 2 have an on-site septic system. Mr. Dumack, the project engineer, has indicated that the manhole has always been available for connection
Right.
to Lot 1. The whole issue has always been what to do with Lot number 2.
Right.
At this point, Aqua seems amenable to this out-of-the-box solution, but I think it would require, and I probably put it on Mr. Dumack or Ms. Miller, to contact the owner where that easement currently exists. I mean, it's not changing anything.
Sure.
The easement's there, the line's there, it's just a matter of having that owner recognize that it's going to be converted from Aqua to a private owner to make sure there's not going to be any issues. I don't foresee an issue, and it would solve the problem.
I agree. I mean, my recollection is at the last meeting that we didn't actually make any recommendation one way or another.
Right.
The matter was continued to give the Board of Supervisors time to try and liaise with Aqua, and Mr. Grenier was going to take that up.
That is correct. That's where where this esteemed commission ended up last time. I believe a day or two later, we had a Board of Supervisors meeting in which I met with our Public Works Director and our Township Manager, who had initiated conversations with Aqua, and then obviously leveraged Mr. Majewski here and his connections at Aqua to continue the conversation. It sounds like things have progressed.
Excuse me, I meant your recommendation from like 2 years ago. That's what I meant in terms of moving forward, from my perspective.
This project's been stalled because of all the difficulty in getting Aqua to work with the property owner to allow the public sewer connection.
And Aqua also was waiting on an estimate from the property owner's consultant, so it wasn't all on Aqua, you know, not all.
So where we stand now is you may not need the waiver, you may withdraw the request for the waiver, right? But the waiver request is still before us. So would you prefer that we vote on the waiver request today and open discussion on it, or that we would table?
I guess I'd have to ask Jim I think, I would hate to speak for my client without having spoken to him, because this is so new. This is very favorable. I think Heath can attest that this is pretty similar to what we originally had in mind, and this is great. That said, if this falls apart, then we're back to where I thought I was walking in here tonight. So I'm happy to kind of walk through that argument if you want. And then we can go forward on that and then have it as an option. One of our issues is, I don't want to say issues, but one of our holdups is timing. This is, we've been here, it's been Aqua, whoever's, no one's fault, but it's just taken a really long time. And, I want to move this forward. I don't necessarily want to give any more time waivers. I would love to get in front of the Board of Supervisors and get this going. It's a relatively straightforward subdivision. So that's kind of what we're working with. If you want to hear that, so that way we can just keep going forward, then I'm happy to let it rip.
Let me just ask Barbara, so if Aqua's amenable to this approach, the applicant's amenable to the approach, Mr. Dumack and his firm, everyone is amenable to the approach, will they need to come back before planning anyways to go through?
No, because you can make a decision tonight indicating that based on the current proposed plan for public sewer connection, whether this commission recommends that they proceed with a plan. If, however, that plan should not come to fruition for whatever reason,
Right.
then the commission can make a recommendation as to whether or not a waiver should be approved for the on-lot septic system for the existing lot 2, new lot 2. I don't know if you intend to continue to do the connection with lot 1. I was a little confused, or if you want two on-site septic systems.
The intent, sorry.
No, go ahead.
The intent has always been to connect Lot 1 to public sewer. The manhole and sanitary line that has an easement that goes to Lot 1, that has always been the intent of this subdivision, to connect that existing home to that public sewer.
So it sounds to me like we're just a little bit further along. The ball's been moved forward, but we're not there yet, and that you should probably come back when you have something more concrete in hand.
Well, I don't
You're almost there, but you're not there yet, and that's kind of what we've been waiting for as a board.
And my question here really goes, and it's interestingly, it kind of minors the issue on HOWIE. Is the town's engineer going to have a review letter with items that need to be discussed for planning to provide input on this rerouting of the sewer? If you feel there's not going to be any matters for the board, the commission to review, then I think I'm comfortable opening discussion if someone would want to make a motion.
We don't know that yet.
Right.
That's the problem. There's too much that we don't know because they haven't reached a final agreement yet.
Yeah, respectfully, I don't think we would, and, please let me know if you disagree, but I don't think we would have to come back if we withdraw this waiver. All of our other issues, because this is so similar to what was originally approved by this board, I don't believe that there would be anything for you to consider. Why I'm here at all is because originally we were going to have to run either, or if we weren't able to do septic on lot 2, what we're calling lot 2 on this plan, we'd have to run basically 2,000 feet of line to some other connection, and then, which is, I think, goes against what the code says about having to connect when there's 1,500 feet. The cost, the time, that's my argument on that point. I think a waiver is appropriate in that case for an on-lot septic system for lot 2 in that case. So if you want to vote on that waiver favorably, and so that we have it if needed, then I'm happy to continue that conversation tonight. But I would say in terms of like the concreteness, it is kind of just whether Aqua's okay with this or not, but whether we need this waiver. If this isn't going to work, then we're going to need the waiver for sure. So I'm happy to argue that.
So if the waiver is withdrawn, there's no future matter here for us to discuss.
Correct.
In any way, shape, or form. The new plan for the sewer has nothing to do with this commission, so there's no need to make a motion there. So,
If I can just jump in. When this was fully presented to the board, this commission, it was in December of 2023, at which time the township engineer did issue a review letter dated November 10th, 2023. This board's approval was conditioned on compliance with the township engineer's review letter, which included providing legal descriptions for Lot 1, Lot 2, variable width access easement across Lot 2s, and the sanitary sewer easement across Lot 1.
Okay.
So those issues were addressed in the initial review.
Good.
The problem is, because Aqua would not allow those easements originally, everything got delayed.
Got
So
it.
I'm not trying, I mean, I
I
love
get it.
coming to see you guys, but
I do miss you. Yeah, no, I'm trying to figure out if we can kill two birds with one stone or if we need to. Sounds like one of those birds is already dead. By the way, go birds, right? Alive and well.
We are a bird town.
Yeah, since we're on the topic.
Segue.
Hey, all right. So the only matter before us is the waiver. Would you like us to open the waiver for discussion, or would you like to continue and speak further with Aqua?
Heath, what do you think? I think it would be, since we're here, since we plan on going forward with the Board of Supervisors, I think that it would be appropriate.
Okay.
Heath, would you concur?
I'd like, given the fact that we found out this evening about Aqua's encouraging direction, I'd like to explore that to make sure that it's good and acceptable to the property owner. But in the instance of them not necessarily coming to see eye to eye on everything, it might make sense to argue the waiver now so we don't have to come back here again, potentially.
That's a good point. Yeah,
And just to say administratively, the time in which the Board of Supervisors has to act on the project is up a week from Wednesday at the Board of Supervisors meeting. So absent an extension of time from the applicant, our Board of Supervisors will need to act upon that. Now, so I think the Planning Commission should really weigh in.
Okay.
If the Aqua discussions don't pan out, remember, this is just the initial reaction of one member of Aqua's team to the discussion.
that's a good point.
If that doesn't pan out, then it would be back to the waiver request that had been before you before, to have just a septic system on Lot 1, although Lot 2 would still tie into the sewer, correct?
Lot 1 would tie into the sewer, Lot 2 would have septic.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Box the
Aqua
numbers.
obviously has been a little cagey with this project, so I agree. I think it's probably best that I kind of put it out there so that we can talk about it tonight. Sorry, I wanted to keep it a little bit shorter, but it's a good point. And, for the record too, we have given loads of, I don't know if I've ever written so many extension letters for one project, so I just want to keep this moving.
Sure.
So yes, assuming this is off the table and we're back to what we originally proposed. Currently, Lot 1, the existing property has septic. There is a line that runs very close to it. It was put there by Aqua so that they could connect eventually. That means that the proposed Lot 2 is within 1,500 feet of a public sewer. Your ordinance requires that if you're within 1,500 feet, you ought to connect where practical. And the ordinance specifically says where practical within it. Practicality means a lot of things, of course. I think logistically, the request from Aqua, if we were to connect, would not be to that 1,500, that line that's within 1,500 feet. It would be to a different line. But because we're within that line, we have to comply, and that's why we're here. Doesn't make a ton of sense, not practical. That 2,000 feet of line, including the existing lot. So if we had to connect both lots, it would cost $62,000 for the existing, $79,000 for the new lot, and then $62,000 for each of the two other properties on Woodside that I have. I don't represent them. I don't know them. I believe they're just regular individuals who I know at least one has expressed an interest in connecting, and they might have some issues with their septic. Keep in mind, a brand new septic system is, I don't know, $30,000, maybe $40,000.
35 to 40.
Yeah, so we're asking them to almost double that. So, practically, and I just don't have any control over those people. I don't know them. I only have any sort of say in this. So that pricing includes having two other totally separate property owners getting on board, hopefully in a timely manner. I don't know what their financial situation is. So financially, it doesn't make any sense. It's not practical for them or for this small subdivision in a practical sense. And then logistically, on the plans, we're not even connecting to the connection that's within 1,500 feet, which requires us to seek this waiver. So it's our opinion that because the ordinance requires a practicality analysis by this board, it's completely impractical to move forward with that connection. So on-lot septic is not only preferred, but the only practical option.
Barbara, does the code tell us what practical means, and is there any guidance for that?
The code does not tell us what practical means. It pretty much just basically says if the property is located within 1,500 feet of an existing public sewer connection, property owner needs to connect to that sewer connection. The problem here is that ordinance was written at a time when the township owned the sewer system. So the township had more leeway as to the connections. Here, the system is now owned by Aqua. And even though there's an existing manhole within 300 feet of the new lots, Aqua is not inclined to allow the connection, which in and of itself may be construed as a hardship to the property owner.
Right. You look like you want to say something, Adrian.
I'm not sure, oh, sorry. I'm not sure exactly how to say it. I think I have my own personal opinion on this is this is still in the middle of a discussion. And right now there's the potential for it to work in a creative manner. And so my inclination is to not vote on any other possibilities and wait and see what the final answer is. If you want me to vote personally, if you want me to vote on another possibility and potentially disrupt the dynamic of that negotiation, I'm probably going to vote no for the waiver. And so I would recommend, I know it's time maybe we don't have, but if you want an answer from me with all the facts, then I need to wait for this to be done.
Would a condition that we use this plan as the preferred option be something you'd be amenable to?
Meaning, if that plan were, the alternate plan that we saw at the start of this discussion, if that were not approved, we would conditionally approve the waiver.
Correct. Thinking creatively, I think that's the theme of tonight.
I just feel like that potentially, like, look, this is from a developer standpoint. This is a potential roadblock to what they want to do, because we're trying to figure out, if it's amenable township, how to get this done. And you're still negotiating how to get it done in a way that doesn't require the waiver. If we already put out there that, like, okay, well, if your negotiation doesn't work out, well, then maybe we'll approve it. I'm not inclined to do that. Because that's a potential impact on your side or their side to change their perspective at the negotiating table, where I'm of the mindset, I want you at the negotiating table to make this work.
I hear you. I respectfully disagree with that interpretation of, I think, what you're being requested to opine on tonight. What we're asking for is it practical to do the alternative option of connecting to a line that is not even close by and going through all these hoops for at least $150,000+ for a 2-lot subdivision. I think it's a pretty clear answer, and I think that answer is no. Therefore, necessitating the waiver. That is, I understand what you're saying, that like, oh, it's kind of up in the air, but it's not in a lot of ways, because this has been so ongoing, and, and that is the other option. Those are we have 2 options. One, we love it if it can go through. I love seeing your faces, but I don't need you, and I can go forward. The other option is I have to be here and I have to do this. I'm going to be doing this exact same argument in a month, whenever. So I don't necessarily think that I'm asking you to make me pick a negotiation tactic in something that's totally separate from this board's responsibility.
TJ or Ginny?
I can't disagree with Adrian's logic. I mean, I have a lot of sympathy for them, but the idea of kind of holding that waiver out there and then now saying, okay, we're going to go forward, but if you don't get this, and since this is a new ordinance, right? That was one of Adrian's.
This one is
No, this one
It's a
is,
new situation.
It's a new situation.
it's the
Okay.
same ordinance.
It's the same ordinance, but it's a new situation. But right out of the bat, to be granting waivers to it is
Well, it's quite an old
problematic.
ordinance. I think that was Barbara's point. It's actually very old, and it was written at a time
The
when.
situation is new because the township no
Yeah,
longer owns the
I
sewer.
also- Yeah, I agree with Ginny, I agree with Adrian too. I think once we get a finalized plan, I think let's vote on a finalized plan, so, I understand,
Yeah, and of course, I'd
it's not
rather
the ideal
table this
situation,
than.
but I think once we have a finalized plan, I think we can vote on something at that point.
I agree with everybody up here, but I disagree that it's a new situation. It doesn't really matter that the township doesn't own the sewer authority anymore. Township had the ability to negotiate whatever it wanted to negotiate. When it sold the sewer system, it chose not to address this issue for whatever reason. Maybe it was overlooked, maybe it wasn't thought about, maybe it was negotiated. We don't know, but it really doesn't matter. This is a longstanding ordinance, so my feeling is you should ask for an extension of time this evening on the application.
So I've been of 2 minds on this for a while, because it's a little more complicated than it seems. Your point on where practical becomes a real issue, because I think your argument is it's practical to connect, but Aqua won't let us connect, so therefore it's not practical. And from my perspective, at looking at the plans and the maps, there is a practical connection point within compliance of the ordinance. And my opinion on that view would be to reject a waiver request based on the fact that just looking at the plans and the maps of the town and where those easements are, et cetera, that I would say there is a practical connection point, right? So, is anyone prepared to
Is
make?
it practical if you can't do it?
I
So then
understand.
it's not practical at all. It actually defeats the word.
No.
Alternatively, I understand. I think I would request an extension of time / a withdrawal of this going forward, if that is the general consensus.
I think absent an opinion from town's council that practical applies here, and we've gotten no opinion on practical's implication on the ordinance.
So again, it's a new situation. I haven't come across this. I've had issues where sewer lines were not yet dedicated to the
Right.
township. Therefore, they weren't public. Therefore, there wasn't a requirement to connect, but not a situation like this.
Yeah. So,
Last thing.
sure.
Last month, we had a lot of discussion on this again. It's 2 meetings in a row. We had a pretty clear, I think, directive last time saying, you got to give this one more chance, get the supervisors involved, get work. I'm actually encouraged because something seems to be working. It's just not finished yet. And so I don't think we should be voting on something that's just not finished yet. It doesn't mean anything wrong is happening. It sounds like something's good might be happening.
Yeah.
And I think it just means we just need a little bit of patience.
Yeah. I would need support from the solicitor to get to a yes on the waiver, so I think if you'd like to withdraw the matter, I think that probably makes the most sense.
I think I'm going to maintain the waiver just in case this, and then.
So I'll make a motion to continue the matter.
Yes, please.
To the next meeting of the Planning Commission. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Great. Is that scheduled yet?
The meeting would be March 10th.
March 10th.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, what was the date?
March 10th.
I'm sorry, Mr. Grenier was talking to me.
Does that give the board time to, Board of
We
Supervisors?
will remind Mr.
time?
Grenier that he is not the chair to your. You leave our solicitor alone, Mr. Grenier. Okay, so that being said, is there any other commission comment at this time? Any comment from the applicant or public comment on the matter? I'm so sorry. We will see you again next month after we hold the vote. All those in favor of the continuance, please indicate by raising your hand and saying aye.
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 Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, the next item for discussion is related to the Wright Farm subdivision. Before we introduce the matter, let's let the solicitors shuffle a little bit. Barbara, it was a pleasure having you up here.
Good seeing you, Barb.
And I think Commission Member Torbert has a statement?
Yes. I'm going to recuse myself. My name is Virginia Torbert. I'm going to recuse myself from considering the proposed Wright preliminary plan because I am an owner of an adjacent parcel which is affected by this development. So I will be recusing myself.
Thank you, Virginia. Any questions or comments on the recusal?
No, and as I instructed Mrs. Torbert, she can remain on the dais. She just will not participate.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Majewski, do you want to introduce the item for us?
Good evening. You have in front of you tonight the Wright Farm subdivision. This is a piece of property at 1878 Yardley-Newtown Rd that abuts Route 332 and has access out the back of the property through Surrey Lane. The applicant is proposing 47 single-family lots, and I'd let the attorney for the applicant take over.
Good evening. I'm Ed Murphy. I'm here tonight on behalf of the applicant. To my immediate left is Joe DeLuca Jr. To Joe's left is Justin Gennady. He is the project engineer from Dynamic. As Jim said, DeLuca has an executed agreement of sale to purchase the Wright Farm from the Wright Family Trust. About a year ago, a little less than a year ago, we submitted fully engineered preliminary subdivision plans to the township. Those plans were the subject of the typical consultant reviews, both inside and outside the township. We elected, rather than appear publicly to start the conversation about the plan, to revise and resubmit the plans that were originally submitted based on those initial round of review comments. Those revised plans were resubmitted, and more recently we've gotten updated review letters from RVE, your traffic consultant. We had a review from the EAC, from the Farmland Preservation Corporation, Bucks County Planning Commission, et cetera. We've also submitted a waiver request that had been updated to address potential waivers associated with the revised set of plans. Probably the elephant in the room associated with this plan deals with access to it. On the screen is the proposed subdivision plan, but if either Jim or Dan could go back and put the perhaps the existing features or aerial exhibit on the screen, that might be useful. And what I'd like to do is I'll talk about it, but then I'll have Justin maybe go over to the screen and highlight some of the things we're going to talk about. So That is the aerial exhibit plan that is effectively an existing conditions plan. It shows the Wright family farm complex in roughly the center of the site, but what I'd like Justin to highlight, if he could, is the various points of access today to and from the site. And Justin, you want to take that microphone, talk into it?
Good evening, everyone. Justin Gianni with Dynamic Engineering. So the plan in front of you is an aerial photograph, an aerial exhibit of the existing features as the site exists today. So as Mr. Murphy mentioned, you see the Wright farm, the associated structures in the center of the property, but you can see this yellow line around the entire, that's the property in question. That's about 49 acres, just under 50 acres, which is the subject property tonight. As Mr. Murphy mentioned, the site maintains access right now off of a single point of access off of the Newtown bypass. You'll see it here on the bottom of the page, right close to where the 95 off-ramp comes off to the bypass. And then Patterson Lane runs along the perimeter of the parcel, going back to 2 parcels, which we'll talk about later. But this is the parcel maintaining a single point of access off of the bypass. The point of access is really, they redid the bypass and they left a small curb cut to allow traffic traveling westbound on the bypass to still make a left into the site. But for the most part, most of the traffic is coming off of the eastbound movement from just turning right in. We'll get into
Talk about Surrey Lane for a moment. Just orient everybody to
That's-
where it is and its relationship to the property, and then we'll talk further about that.
Sure. So as what you'll see with the application is there's an existing point. We lost the screen. There we go. Surrey Lane is a dead-end street which exists a part of the Bridal Estates community, which was a previously established subdivision. It's a dead-end street, but it was maintained with a little sliver of land in between the two, which was dedicated to be future right-of-way for an anticipated connection to this farm property. Lower Makefield Township owns that piece of land. It's approximately 50 feet wide, and the connection to this community is going to be made through extending Surrey Lane into the community. Now, as part of this, we've had a few conversations with PennDOT. As Mr. Murphy said, there's a few iterations of this plan already. The first iteration of the plan did show what is known as a right-in, right-out access off of the bypass. Not where the existing Patterson Lane takes access to Wright Farm, but more centered between basically where the new turn lane to Stony Hill Road and the existing on-ramp, off-ramp to 95 come in. So centered on the property. We started there with PennDOT trying to maintain that point of access. PennDOT came back and basically said that that is not a preferred location for access to the property. We then considered a secondary option of actually creating a 4th leg to the intersection of the Newtown Bypass and Stony Hill Road. We originally got feedback that PennDOT was very interested in it. They thought it would be a good addition to make access to this community, only to be then told after we submitted plans to PennDOT and did full engineering for it that they have no interest, and we actually have a very strong denial letter from PennDOT saying that there's absolutely no way that we are going to be allowed to connect the 4th leg to the intersection based on all the improvements that were done. The letter stated that there would actually be a degradation in service based on what was already constructed. That's just because you're adding a new phase to the signal. The new phase adds more timing, adds more delays to all the improvements that were just done as part of the Wegmans community and Wegmans development. So we were denied on that one. So after considering all options, the point of access is going to be maintained as a single point of access from Surrey Lane. If we go now to, Dan, can you switch to the next plan for us to show the entire subdivision? There's actually...
Justin, before we start talking about Surrey, let's go back. We've had, as you might imagine, many conversations with staff, aside from conversations with PennDOT, which have been numerous, and we've also had multiple conversations with neighbor groups in the rear to talk about access. One of the other things we've spent a lot of time talking about is the ultimate treatment of Patterson Lane. And probably a lot of people aren't that familiar with Patterson Lane because it has a very limited purpose, but it is nonetheless a township road. And the staff and administration have been very interested in ultimately determining the future of Patterson Lane, and that impacts to some degree other elements of the plan, which I'd like Justin to talk about. Let's talk about Patterson Lane, where it is, what it serves today, and then what is going, under this plan, proposed to happen to it.
Sure. So as we described on the existing features plan. Surrey Lane exists here as a
Nope. Patterson.
Patterson Lane exists off of bypass and runs along the right track and dead ends to serve two parcels of land that are individual. One is, as Ms. Torbert mentioned, a remnant piece of the Torbert farm that's right here, the quadrant there. And then there's another piece that's occupied with a single-family house just north of this page, which you don't see. So Patterson Lane exists today as a township road only to serve two parcels. One is vacant, one has a single-family house on it. Oh, there you go, there on top of the page up top. So as part of this application, what is being proposed is that Patterson Lane is going to remain, but is going to be vacated as a township street. It's going to be used as an emergency access only to allow emergency vehicles to access the back of the site through here, which we can talk about, but the road itself will remain intact. It will no longer be a township road. It'll be absorbed into the community as part of the open space, which will be discussed later. And access to the parcel in the back that is occupied will be taken through the community and then through a dedicated new driveway, which is going to be proposed to come through what we're calling as realigned Patterson Road. That's going to be coming through there. Just to get back here, since we're seeing the full page, this is going to be the Surrey Lane connection. That's going to be the single point of access to the community. One point I want to make is that when we were originally showing some of the iterations, we were showing Surrey Lane being connected and also a connection to the bypass. And there was concerns about being used as a cut through, coming from Quarry Lane, coming through here. That connection has been completely eliminated. The only thing that will be a connection is emergency vehicles, and that will be, there's going to be a chain and bollard separating that, so emergency vehicles only. No residents are going to be able to come out through Patterson Lane onto the bypass. It's going to be restricted from access there. But the single point of access from Surrey Lane will come through and then serve the 47 homes within the community, plus the one home to remain off of the original Patterson Lane.
I know we've talked about it with residents and had some discussion with the administration. All construction vehicles will access where and for how long or until what point would Surrey Lane become available to future homeowners in this subdivision?
So as part of agreement that we made with the residents of Bridal Estates, all construction traffic will take access through existing Patterson Lane off of the bypass. So there's not going to be construction vehicles coming through the community to serve, to build this community. All construction vehicles will come off of the bypass and leave through the bypass. The Surrey Lane connection will be made, obviously, as part of the construction effort, but it will not be open until the model home is open for sales of this community. And even at that point, construction vehicles will still be accessing this site through Patterson Lane. So at no point during construction will there be construction vehicles entering through the existing community of Bridal Estates. That was a...
Let's talk about open space and your conversations with the Farmland Preservation Corporation, what interests they had and what agreements we've reached to date with them.
So if you, just to orient you in the plans, the 47 homes obviously shown as the brown structures and lot lines. What you're seeing in the middle here, if you look at the existing features of the site, there's actually a large drainage swale that runs through the property, which is actually going to be maintained. So we respected that as part of the design. Stormwater is going to be centralized as a large basin, which is going to actually create some, nice yards for some of the center homes, discharging out through the site. But what you'll see along the entire perimeter of the site is open space, all this green area, and we have another exhibit which I'll call up in a minute. But all this area is going to be dedicated open space. This is, I believe, to be one of the first large subdivisions since your open space ordinance. So this is the first time you're actually seeing your open space ordinance in action. So more than 25% of the community is actually being preserved as open space. And there was a strong desire, given the proximity to existing active farms, to try to farm that land. So we did have a few conversations with the Lower Makefield Farmland Preservation Community, and their main concern with this land and to be able to use this as land is to make sure it's continuous with the community so that they can take farming vehicles from this farm through here and not have to, circulate or go through existing houses or proposed houses. So what you'll see is this is about 10 acres of open space right here, which then connects through actually Patterson Lane. Their farm vehicles will have the ability to use Patterson Lane too. Obviously it'll be there, but they won't be able to access it through to leave the community. But this piece will connect this active farmland, which is the farmland preserve, and also this area here. So they will be able to continue farming that little piece of land along the frontage there, which is actually 10 acres. We did speak to them. One of the waivers tonight's just, and the EAC brought up just how the open space is configured, but the configuration of this open space is actually functional as it relates to continuing this active farm area. And when we were actually laying this out in the very beginning, there was a desire to keep the view shed from the bypass as rural as possible. So keeping that open space and keeping it actively farmed. As you drive down the bypass, you're not going to see the back of houses. You'll be seeing farmland for at least that, that portion, which is going to be still farmed.
You heard me mention at the outset that we had seen multiple review letters commenting upon the revised set of plans you submitted after the first set of review letters were received. You've had the opportunity to either talk to the reviewers or review those comments, and I'm talking about Township Engineer, Mr. Fiocca, the Traffic Consultant, EAC, and the Farmland Preservation.
That's correct.
Jim, earlier today, shared with us the latest review from Farmland confirming that the latest iteration of the plan satisfies their request and addresses the comments they wanted to see to ensure the farmability of that open space that Justin just described, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have no issue with the most recent Remington review of February 4th?
No,
and I think your mic is off. I think your mic is
hit your mic.
Oh, better?
Yes.
I'd asked whether you were comfortable with the review comments of Remington Vernick in their February 4th review letter?
We are. The review letters all either will complies or waivers that need to be discussed or discussed for tonight.
Okay. Same response as to Mr. Fiocca's comments from traffic, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think everyone has seen the fairly demonstrative November 15th review from PennDOT indicating that they would not entertain a fourth leg of the intersection. I think everybody needs to understand that the DeLucas, Vince and Joe, have had multiple conversations with neighbor representatives in the rear and somewhat cooperatively discussed whether or not collectively we could get PennDOT to reconsider their position about allowing that fourth leg. It's not for lack of effort that we didn't make the effort to try to get PennDOT to accede to that, but PennDOT has refused. And in my world, the most strong refusal that I can recall seeing from an agency like PennDOT saying, don't even ask us again, basically. But wanted to know that we have made the effort to try to change that outcome, but without success. The one review that is in conflict with certain of the things we've talked about tonight are the comments of the EAC, right?
Yes.
And in large measure, almost on a point-by-point basis, their review comments contradict the request of the Farmland Preservation Corporation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we have the issue about which master are we going to serve here, but it appears to us that farmland desires take precedence over having an additional planted buffer. We're going to have street trees and lots of other plantings on the site. We're just not going to have a proposed buffer between the farmland area and the rear of those lots, other than a fence that farmland has requested, the typical farmland corporation fence. So,
and just to explain that, the Farmland Preservation has a strong desire to have limited shade trees over their farming property. So it's in direct conflict with, I guess, the EAC's, obviously their mission, but we did provide very strong, street trees, the design of the site with the stormwater. We are taking into account a lot of EAC type concerns, but in order to serve to keep it a functional farm, which is the Farmland Preservation's mission, we were not able to address a lot of their concerns. And the EAC letter does go through and give you the option of, we understand why you're doing this, but they still seem to request it.
So I think from our standpoint, short of going through the waivers, which we are capable and happy to do, we don't really have issues with any of the review letters all of us have seen to date, and are happy to answer questions or field any other comments or concerns from Planning Commission or the audience.
Thank you for the thorough review. We're definitely going to have a lot of public comment tonight. So just to let everyone know how this usually goes, we'll have a couple of questions for the applicants. At some point, someone will feel comfortable making a motion. Once the motion is on the table, then we hear public comment. So we thank you for your patience in getting through these matters. Anybody have initial questions? I have a couple, so I'll go. I want to start with traffic. When we met for the site walk back in November, we had discussed making sure there was some form of traffic shaping at the connection of the existing Surrey Lane into the proposed new neighborhood. So I'd like to just understand what the proposal for traffic shaping is, to make sure that we're slowing folks down on that much now longer section of road.
Sure. And Dan, can I ask you to pull up the site plan rendering? I think it was the second one. Perfect. So, Mr. Chairman, so at the entrance to Surrey Lane, you'll see, and it's a little hard to see at this scale because we're trying to show the whole plan, but what we created is a boulevard entrance. So when you come in there, there's going to be about a 5 to 7 foot wide median that's planted through the center. And what that's going to do is really just slow down traffic to kind of create some differentiation as you're coming through. It's not going to be just a wide street. There's going to be planning there to kind of traffic calming measure to get through there. But that was one of the things that we came in through, and that was what we were able to accomplish to kind of differentiate that from
So
these.
just looking at the plan, and I'm not a traffic engineer, I don't have scale, right? It looks like the street is the same width on that northern leg as it is south of the realigned Patterson. So would that actually lead to slowing if someone doesn't need to move their car out to the right to get around that island?
So you made a good point. So that is, yeah, that road is going to, when you have an island in the middle of the road, I mean, similar to driving down Steubenville Road, they put the traffic calming in there.
Yeah.
It's going to create a reason for them to slow their vehicles down as they enter the thing. It is also going to be a gateway treatment to the community to differentiate the two. But that was what we worked with, obviously, the traffic engineer to come up with. And it is going to have traffic calming capabilities.
Okay, the traffic engineer requested that a mini roundabout as an alternative be explored. They're not saying that's a requirement, they're just asking.
And that was the request for that, just so everyone's aware, is that at the Surrey Lane and this first intersection of Patterson Lane, that to be evaluated. And our traffic engineers did look at it. The amount of traffic generated by 47 homes is insignificant to really what it is. And as I was saying, so it was insignificant, so it does not warrant the need.
In relation to that specific intersection?
Correct.
Correct.
So as far as intersections are concerned.
Which dovetails nicely with my next question. So if I look at the existing Bridal Estates layout, right, just a layman's count of the various homes that today are likely going to choose to enter and exit through Bridal Estates Drive, right? I think I counted 59 properties there.
Okay.
So did the traffic engineers review that we're aware of address the appropriateness of the existing Bridal Estates Drive to now carry a combined 116 or so homes worth of traffic in and out of the neighborhood?
Yes. So that was, we submitted a supplemental traffic impact study dated February 7th. It was submitted as an accessory to the latest submission, and it did evaluate the impact of just this situation. So the 47 homes, single point of access through Surrey Lane, the impact it would have on the adjacent infrastructure of both the Bridal Estates and also Quarry Road to get obviously back to the bypass wherever the cars are going. So they did a review it. Obviously, a traffic engineer prepared it. The level of service, there was no impact on the level of service of the community. And that was provided as a supplemental document as part of our submission.
Okay. I want to save the farmland versus EAC discussion a little bit because it's going to be a big piece of this. Just going over small stuff. So on the map here in the northeast corner, that small near triangle of land, that's what you're talking about dedicating to open space, right?
Sure. Dan, can you pull up the one that has a little blue tint to the open space for me? So this maps it out a little better, puts it in black and white. So you'll see there's an open space parcel that's along here that adjoins the farm that allowed them to extend the farming operation here. And then this entire piece of land, which then wraps along and actually encompasses the Patterson Lane roadbed of the prior existing, the prior Patterson Lane, and connects up to there too. So that whole piece is going to be open space all the way around.
Right.
And that's the connectivity that the farmers were looking for.
Okay. And that satisfies the bare minimum percentage of open space required by the ordinance, or a little bit extra?
It's a little bit extra.
Is it enough extra that if we take a road out of the definition of open space, it still meets the requirement?
Take a road.
Patterson Lane.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We originally had the calculation.
Right.
We didn't have Patterson Lane in the originally,
Right.
because we were taking it away.
Right.
So adding that in really just works to your favor as far as open space is concerned.
Couple questions on, you talked about construction vehicles being required to enter through the existing Patterson Lane. So is there a written commitment somewhere for signage at the entrance to Bridal Estates, notifying contractors, et cetera, that they cannot enter?
There will be, correct, yes.
That detail is typically provided by the township administration or engineer during the pre-con meeting. That'll be signed at our cost based on direction received from the township.
Okay. Will there be you said that road won't be open until the model home is open, so will there be a physical barrier across?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. And will there be a mechanism for fines for violations for contractors who do go through the neighborhood?
We will allow the township administration to fine those people that violate the agreement, yes.
Okay, so if we wanted to, for example, position one of the town's license plate readers at that intersection, you would be comfortable with us fining any contractor or unauthorized person who enters through that neighborhood into the construction site?
Yep.
Okay. I want to talk about the conflict between EAC and farmland preservation here. I want to talk about, this is the first test of our new open space ordinance, so I want to talk about some of that stuff. Does anyone have any opening comments on any of those matters?
No, but just before we get to that, Patterson Lane, does that dead end when it goes up along the right-hand side of the property?
Yes.
It does. Okay.
Further off the page, but it dead ends.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it doesn't connect in any.
Does not.
Just, it's a stub. Okay.
And actually on that topic, Jim, who is farmland preservation farming all of the surrounding farmland already today?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And there is, on the map, there's a stretch of land that runs along 295, back behind Jockey's Way, connects up to Quarry Road. Is that stretch of land privately owned by the individuals who own the properties on Jockey's Way? Is that township land? Do we know who owns that?
Well,
Thank you. There was a comment
there's,
from the room that there's township land, just stating for the record.
well, it depends on where you're talking about. On Jockey's Way, after
point
you
out-
leave
could you
Colts Lane.
Yeah, can you
Point
zoom
out
out?
what Jockey's Lane is, where that is?
Is it possible to zoom out to show the existing Bridal Estates neighborhood?
Yeah, if you have the aerial photo, Dan, if you can bring it up.
You talking this piece up here?
No, I mean like an aerial photo, the Bucks County aerial photos. When you go from Colts Lane along Jockey's Way, the first 4 or 5 homes back up to farmland preservation property. Then the road takes a slight bend.
Correct.
Then runs parallel to 295. Those next 6 or 7 lots back up all the way to the 95 right-of-way. So there's no land
Got it.
behind that.
Okay, so those landowners back up all the way to the right of way. Not that I'm suggesting we put a road behind Jockey's Way, but that wouldn't be feasible.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to talk through that real quick. Okay, so farmland preservation farms all the land surrounding the existing property. I think there's a core conflict here where the EAC would say, having actively farmed land this close, we have a letter we can go through, and we will, because we do want to make sure that we get responses to EAC's letters on the record, but EAC has concerns about farming practices this close to residential homes, runoff from fertilizer, et cetera, et cetera. We have the conflicting desire to potentially maintain this plot of land as the gateway into the township as representing the farming history of the town. So just as a quick summary. Tony?
I was going to say, why don't we go through the farmland, the EAC?
Yep.
letter?
Great. So let me pull up the EAC letter. So this is the EAC letter dated, is this February 7th, 2025?
February 7.
Okay. So there's a couple of questions here. The first, and I have to represent my good friends at the EAC, they wanted us to point out that they have sent 2 copies of this letter without response. We're going to get those responses today. So the comment number 1, the dimensions of open space on lot 51. Most of the acreage proposed borders Yardley-Newtown Road and Patterson Lane. The concern is that the open space is narrower than what our new open space dedication ordinance provides for, right?
Not correct.
So,
Sorry, Ed?
Not correct.
Okay.
so if you read the way that the ordinance is written, and I don't know if this was the intention or not, but it says, open space shall include parcels with a length to width ratio of less than 4:1 or less than 75 feet in length or in width. So at no point is our open space less than 75 feet in width, except where it goes around the portion of Patterson Lane, which they're going to be using the roadbed of Patterson Lane. So again, I don't know if that's really necessary to discuss, because the way that we configured the open space was intentional, and that was intentionally designed with the farmland preservation committee to be using that land. So
May I ask, how wide is the open space at its narrowest point?
at its narrowest point along the bypass, it's about 125 feet in width from the back of one of the residential properties to our property line, which again is set in, there's more farming land than that 125 feet if you.
To the right-of-way line?
Correct.
Chair, can I ask a clarifying question?
Of course, please.
And it's on your open space plan.
Sure.
Please correct me. There's the portion in the northeast corner where it's sort of a triangular shape.
Correct. And that's,
Driveway through there, that portion was highlighted as open space, but looks significantly narrower.
it is, and that's why I got it. That's the connection point that they're going to be using Patterson Lane. And it's no different than if you look where the portion of the township land that connects, sorry, if I show you on the plan here. Portion up here where it's going to be connecting through. This is going to be farmland used to, that's less than 50 feet, but that's almost like a passage similar to here. But again, with the configuration of the open space, and I don't know if the intent of the ordinance was to say less than 75 feet or both of them combined, but we are obviously trying to configure this site so that it can be a farmable property. And that was our discussion. We've had a few discussions with farmland about that, and that's the configuration
Related to that, and farmland could opine on this, I was on the Farmland Preservation Committee as a liaison. We talk about this all the time. Sticking with that one sort of pizza slice up there, I'm not sure that I can't believe I'm saying pizza, the tip of the pizza there between the driveway and heading south where it gets narrow, if that's truly farmable. Or
It's
if that should be removed from consideration as open space and what that does to your numbers.
So again, that's really to provide the connectivity between the two pieces. That's why we configured it there and we didn't extend those lots. That was a desire to have that. We could eliminate that, but that would only eliminate their ability to connect from one piece to the next, which was a strong.
I'm not suggesting.
You just don't want us to characterize it as
Yeah.
open space.
Yes.
We
If
can
we-
do that, and we're still not going to be a problem.
Yeah, if we got rid of that, we'd still comply with the open space requirements, so we could eliminate that. But the other point too is the next part there, that there's a 25-foot area, a buffer between residential properties and farmable land, which exists, and it's not very clear in the AC letter, but that buffer exists on the farmed property. It doesn't exist on the residential piece. So that buffer would exist on the farming preservation land all around. So that piece would effectively be a buffer area anyway. So it's really just meant to be a connection point between, obviously, this farm and this farm.
I understand. Really quick, there's a sort of a rectangular piece, the far western edge there, you get your
North.
Rectangle.
The unshaded rectangle, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we go back to the other plane, you can see too, this whole area is a stormwater basin, right through the middle, which is an existing drainage divide. That's where a point of the discharge is going to be to maintain that existing discharge point out to the farm swale on the other property. So we're not calling that open space because it's actually a stormwater portion. So we're not calling if your open space ordinance, you can't count stormwater areas as So did a good job there.
And then, last but not, about 4 or 5, between the fourth and fifth lot on the northern limits, there's looks like there's an easement area of some type.
Correct. And that's to allow drainage that's a drainage easement, so not on the lots, similar, and also not being counted as open space too, but that's really just for drainage properties.
Sorry, so that's drainage from the south to the north?
No, it's picking up drainage coming down through this area that's going to be drained into our basin and through the site too. So it's picking up drainage coming onto our
North to
property.
south column.
Okay, and that's going to drain through a stormwater facility of some
Yes.
sort, a pipe, that's not going to drain through yards?
No, that's the intention there, that it's going to be collected in a pipe and conveyed into the stormwater basin and managed in.
Yeah, of course.
Last question, since we're talking stormwater, are you aware that the township is currently updating its stormwater ordinance?
You're always updating something.
This is I would characterize this as a significant update to the ordinance that will be on a relatively, it's been on this agenda originally, or at least committee members have sat in to look at the
Correct.
draft. So it'll be on a board agenda fairly soon, but it's a significant update. So I'm wondering if you had an
Can't wait.
review it.
So the design meets the current standard, and we're aware of the update. And we know you guys are updating. So is DEP. DEP is updating the regulations as well. I'm satisfied. I mean, we can look at how it would be managed on this site, but what we're doing, the stormwater design on this site is pretty robust. I would be surprised if we didn't meet the new ordinance as well.
Justin, while you're talking about buffers, why don't you highlight the buffer that we are adding at the request of the Farmland Preservation Group?
Dan, can I switch you back one more time to the site plan rendering, please? One more, the other one that's colored. Perfect. So if you see here that there's a portion during the conversations with the Bridal Estates, there's a portion that they wanted to have buffered, even though farmland did not want it, but just to screen, obviously, these homes from the existing homes. So the 1, 2, 3, 4 of these 4 lots are going to have a planted buffer along the back, and same with this area here. That buffer was added to,
That's right before the easement that Mr. Coyle inquired about, right?
Correct. This is
Stormwater easement.
And that buffer is on the private property of those 4 homes. They would be able to remove that at a later time if they so chose.
In theory, if you want to establish some type of easement to ensure that that always remains, we can certainly talk to.
An easement to the HOA to maintain
Yeah,
the plantings or something.
Discuss enforcement and.
Sure.
Yes.
I got places to make notes for all this.
Mr. Chair, one more, since you're talking
Of course, Mr. Grenier, please.
Yeah. You mentioned your tree buffers and whatnot, and then the EAC versus farmland, and I hate to pit them against each other because I've been on both. Did you consider some type of linear tree buffer along Patterson Lane that would not stretch into the farmland area very much?
just to clarify, the realign Patterson Lane, or obviously this
The existing.
existing. So no, we did not. And obviously that is being maintained as, again, farmland preservation actually had an interest in using the roadbed of Patterson Lane, so actually being able to access the farm back and forth. So we did not consider any plantings along the existing. But what you're not seeing on this page, because it's not colored, there's a pretty extensive buffer that exists today along 95, just off of this page. So this is actually this community is being buffered by the existing vegetation along 95.
Dan, on that topic real quick, while you're asking about it, so I think at the time of the site walk in November, Patterson Lane was not envisioned as being inside the area that would be dedicated to farmland preservation. We had the discussion at the site. We didn't want to run into a future condition whereby the HOA or someone is required to maintain Patterson Lane, but farmland preservation relies on it, and they come into conflict.
In terms of, I'm thinking stormwater management and buffer, what's your...
Mr. Grenier, would you sit closer to your microphone, sir?
I am swallowing my microphone. He can't hear. Apparently, it's not working very well. Let's switch. I'll turn that one off. Is that better?
Oh, that's much better.
It wasn't me. It was the microphone. I
Thank you very
swear.
much.
But thank you for the heads up. When I look at the area that's going to be dedicated open space, right? Farmland is a wonderful feature to have. However, farmland also requires lots of fertilizers fertilizers and other things that run off that have historically impacted our water quality in Lower Makefield. That's just the way it is. That being said, I'm curious as to the grading of that portion of the site. Does that flow towards the middle, towards your stormwater basin, or does that go somewhere else?
So we can get into the grading plan too. It does not. So we are managing a portion of that offsite area. It's just because it's limited disturbance that we have to. But you're talking about, are we going to be managing the fertilizer running off onto the property? We designed it so that it's not going to be running towards the residents' houses. Obviously, it's going to be running away. So no, that will be open space, partially managed, but no.
We're going to have, what, 10 plus acres of unmanaged stormwater essentially running off from a farmland perspective?
No, so you, again, it's 50 acres of runoff right now with no stormwater, so we are managing the vast majority of the site.
But what I'm saying is you're managing the new development, but you're not managing the area that's going to remain farmland.
Correct.
And I don't know that you're required to, but the reason why I'm talking about trees along that southern section or eastern section, because if that may well be our only method to attempt to treat and slow down stormwater in some areas.
I mean, if farmland is agreeable to adding trees, I mean, we could add trees to that area, but they were very against any vegetation being planted around farm.
Well, yeah, and that'll be for boards to
Yes.
approve or not approve.
This plan, so we designed this plan to satisfy the concerns of farmland preservation. So
There's usually a happy medium there that you
Okay.
without being too crazy on.
Can we look at the grade map? Dan, do you have one available? Because I have some questions tied to that as well.
you'd have to go into the land development set.
Yeah, that may take a little time to pull up.
Okay, we'll give Dan a little bit of time on that. Because if I recall correctly, from the bypass, it grades downward towards the farm before the land grades back up towards the existing farmhouse.
Correct. It does. It's a dip. That's where you saw that we're maintaining the basin through the center of the site. And that's intentional because that's where all the drainage goes right now. It runs through the center of the site and then discharges out through a farm swale. So that basin's being centralized so that for a number of reasons, it's a more obviously compact stormwater design to centralize it like that, but it also picks up all that drainage coming in.
Okay. Yeah, on the matter of farmland versus EAC, it's difficult because on the one hand, you want to maintain the character of the farming community. There's a farm there today. On the other, putting a house right next to a farm isn't super duper awesome, right? We have fertilizer, we have dust from harvest and all those things. You know, we have to think about these future residents. A couple of us at the site walk expressed concern about road noise from the Newtown bypass, right? Coming onto these new homes. Yes, there's going to be a buffer of crops there, but the crops aren't always high. There's a lot of the year in which the crops aren't high, and there's going to be no visual buffer whatsoever to these new homes. There's going to be no sound buffer to these new homes. It presents a lot of challenges to preserve this as farmland for those residents. So, I mean, to put the question there, I mean, has this land been donated or dedicated to farmland preservation? Does the board have an opinion on which direction they'd like to go with this open space, whether it be dedicated or not?
I don't know that the Board of Supervisors has gotten to that level yet. I think generally speaking, it's and I think we've all touched on this, it's not always easy, you have to strike a balance between, we've been saying EAC versus farmland, but it's really just how do you manage the land the best moving forward. Farmland creates a certain type of bucolic nature, which is already there.
Right.
However, it's not, farmland also presents some of its own issues that we can manage, but I think with some creativity, I think we can do it for both. We can provide the buffer, we can provide some stormwater management, and we can provide additional farmland moving forward.
I just don't think you need or should ask us to be the arbiter between
Of course.
EAC and farmland. You guys got to figure out internally where you want to go.
Adrian?
I do have a question.
I thought we were doing the directives that we had received and the cues we were getting, and that's why we focus more on farmland than
Absolutely.
we can
But
comply
now
with the
we're
EAC.
seeing a final plan in front of us and shapes and all this. We're having we couldn't have this conversation earlier.
And you're right, you shouldn't arbitrate that discussion, but I'd like to be a little clearer, because it seems to me like you're trying to sell high-value homes eventually. And there is a question in terms of, do you want a farm back there and open access to a pretty busy road? Or would you, as a developer, prefer to make it more of a greenery buffered area from a noise perspective? Or do you not have an opinion?
I think we would be agnostic. I mean, we wouldn't have proposed the plan as we did if we didn't think that it would be an attractive environment as designed. If you tell us, or ultimately there's a consensus that we don't want farmland farmed there and we're going to have just a big open buffer, then so be it. But
Okay, all right, so you're ambivalent to either. All right.
And if the final recommendation was mixed broadleaf forest with whatever, I mean, that's fine too? Okay.
All I would, you have access to some great resources. If you can be creative, come up with a few ideas that might be worth conversation, that we would appreciate that.
again, I don't want to be the person at the table
Understood.
trying to pick, do I comply with you or her or him or what? You guys got to get your act together and figure it out and tell us.
Yep. I think, listen, where we are on the EAC letter is that largely this is a matter for staff to negotiate with the builder or the board and staff to negotiate together. Does anyone else have any comments? Tony?
Yeah, Colin, I think that on that issue, while I agree that eventually that something for the township administration to discuss, I think it is absolutely within our purview to say what we think about it and make a firm recommendation. Do we think it should be farmed, treed, whatever, one or the other? I mean, I personally, I get why you want to have contiguous, why the farmland preservation wants to have a contiguous farm, and especially since I guess it's Patterson Lane goes up to additional farm pieces. But at the same time, the way that intersection across the way has been developed with where Wegmans is and that whole area, I think you want a buffer. I think you want trees. And, from the town's perspective, from, my sitting here as a member of the Planning Commission, what I think would be best for the town is to tree the hell out of that.
I agree.
And not have it farmed.
Yeah,
But,
a much
that
more
little-
dense woodland buffer is probably more appropriate for these particular residents.
That happens to be my recommendation, but my thought about it at this point, but, everybody else should chime in on that. But I do think we should let the supervisors know one way or the other what we think.
So,
Dan, what do you think about that? What would BOS think about? Because to me, it's like a development. It's up to the homeowners if they want a buffer or not a buffer. I mean, you look at the new development on Big Oak that's coming up too, Big Oak and near Stony Hill. There's not a much buffer at all. So, I'd like to hear your take on what the board would.
I'll preface by saying I'm only one of five, right? But I would say, generally speaking, that we've been trying to balance maintaining farmland with new stormwater management, which goes along with this, with trees. And we've had many, many, many conversations about trees, right? And how to protect them and maintain them and plant more of them. This is a unique one where we may have the opportunity to do a little bit of both. I think from the board perspective, if this commission feels strongly either way or some mix of that, we would definitely listen. If the community feels strongly either way about maintaining farmland or trees, heavy one versus heavy another, or some combination of the two, we would definitely listen. It's a relatively narrow, small area to farm, as someone who's lived in farming communities most of my life. But it does provide connection, so I understand that as well. So from a layout perspective and ultimately what gets completed in that stretch behind the homes next to the bypass, personally I'm open to ideas, but I do think it's important that we do obviously maintain the open space and provide some type of ground cover that creates the right type of dynamic there. But it's not a great answer for you, but we're open to opinions.
I appreciate the answer.
So Tony, what do you think about putting forth a motion for the commission to send a letter stating their preference to the other relevant commissions and the board that Patterson Lane be preserved as access for farmland preservation, but the open space buffering Route 332, that we would have a preference towards tree plantings as opposed to farming that section of the open space?
Sounds like, I would make that motion that you just articulated.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Sure, I'll second that.
Thank you. Board or commission discussion on the motion.
I'm kind of going back and forth in mine and in my mind on this, because I have a personal preference. Like if I were to be looking at a house like this, I'd want a vegetation buffer. I'd want trees and rhododendron or whatever could buffer, because I know what that road is like, and I don't really, I'm not a big fan of like that kind of noise. But the fact that the people who are in the business of selling developments are ambivalent, that sort of that influences my thinking on that, because I'm only one of, even if I was buying a house in there, I'm one of 49 people. You know, maybe it isn't as big a deal as I feel like it is. But at the same time, and look, in that whole other area with Patterson Farm and the other farms around there, on paper, the idea of farmland around there does kind of make sense with what we have right now as a township. But I also look and say, that 100-foot strip of farmland seems a little contrived.
If you
Like it's sort of, you know, it's we're just trying to jam it anywhere at this point. So I don't know what I can recommend to you guys. That I look at it as like, and maybe I'm kicking the can back over the fence, and I'm perfectly okay with somebody telling me, no, it's our job to say this, but we got two pretty, vocal committees in our township that are kind of the experts in some ways of the two different options we have here. And have they sat down around the table and talked about it all?
I don't believe so, no.
Should they?
Well, remember how they're set up. Farmland is an independent corporation.
Oh, right.
Right?
Okay,
We don't have any, we appoint the members, but they're independent, versus the AC is
That's
like
fair.
this.
That's fair.
So there's a little disconnect there too. But
Okay.
So I'll make an argument to you, Adrian,
sure.
right? And then I think it's probably appropriate to open to public comment.
Yeah.
If I'm driving down there today, there's a farm there.
Yeah.
And that's our community, and it's beautiful.
Yeah.
But if there's not a farm there and there's 47 homes,
I-
right?
I'm
Do
with you.
I want to be looking most of the year at low field or stubble, right? And from 332, there is a downward grade. So you're looking down onto this development when you're up on 332, right? If you recall, if you drive by, you see the lane down to the farmhouse kind of going down the hill and
Right.
stretching out like a, I don't know the artist, but those Midwestern farm paintings. I think what's going to best preserve the character of the township would be to mask that development as much as possible
Yeah.
from the road, which would be a relatively dense planting, right? Trees, et cetera. The other piece is that today there is a farm there, there are fields, there are crops. They absorb the water that is running downhill off 332. They slow it down, right? Get rid of all of that, and you only have a little strip of farmland there that's sucking that water up. We need trees, which are big water pullers. So,
And look, I mean, like my personal preference, if you ask me as a resident of the township, not an expert in any of these things, like I totally would want trees there.
so let's,
Totally.
I think it's an appropriate time to ask.
If you don't mind, Chair, just have a quick
Yeah, of
quick
course.
comment on that. So obviously aesthetically, we would love that as residents, but is that something that's from the township that we would require? I think is my question.
Well, I think the township relies on the recommendation of the planning commission. Not that they always accept those recommendations, but they value them in that if you feel that a wooded buffer between 332 and the lots would be more appropriate than farmland. I think that's the recommendation you should make.
And we're
Farmland
not-
preservation does have their concerns about the farmability of that area up front. Although they have spoken to farmers who said they will farm that area. But I don't think you can do a hybrid. If you plant trees, that impacts the narrow area too much, so it would have to be one or the other.
Right.
Although I know farmland preservation would be very pleased to keep Patterson Lane as their access
Right.
to their farmed piece that they own behind the development to the north.
Jim, wouldn't we have to keep that Patterson Lane because otherwise they would not have access to that land, right? Or would they? Is there another place of access to that land?
That would be what would need to be done. We would
No,
keep that.
no, but is there other access to that land?
You'd have to go through adjoining properties, adjoining developments. It wouldn't be as good.
There's no road that accesses that other land right now.
You'd have to go through Surrey Lane. It just wouldn't be
Okay.
practical.
That's
You have to drive through somebody's yard, basically.
Or, so, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You wouldn't.
And just, is it essentially what farmland preservation is saying, is this piece of land is narrow enough, you couldn't take a few feet and put a buffer of pine in? Like, it's just that narrow where, if this thing was 50 feet wider, you might be able to be right behind the house properties and put a buffer in.
Well, so to Jim,
And we could have a conversation with them
Yeah,
based on your recommendation.
I've talked to farmland about it. I mean, their concern is that when you plant any trees, they cast shade and shadow onto the field. It pushes it back. Listen, I'd like, if we can, if I can close down the discussion up here, I'd really like to hear from the residents and give them an opportunity to speak. The important thing is that the matter we're discussing right now is not approve or disapprove the whole development. We're really talking about, and we'll get to that, we're talking about the preference, is there a stated preference of the residents about how to treat the open space land, which is buffering the new development, proposed new development on 332. So that being said, if no one has any objection, we'll open up to public comment. If you would, approach the podium here, state your name, whether or not you're a township resident, into the microphone.
Hello, everybody. Can this thing stay up? Maybe.
If it's easier, you can just hold the microphone.
It's hard up here, guys. Give me a break, give me a break. Maybe I'll just,
Hold the microphone.
there we go. Okay, I am Alex Davidoff. Live on Bridal Estates Drive. Speaking on behalf of a large number of our community members back here. I want to start off by saying thank you to Jim Majewski, Dan McClune, and Dan Kratzer, who've all been extremely, extremely helpful in answering all of our questions. Thank you all on the Planning Commission who have dealt with all of us. Very grateful for your time and for allowing us to speak here. And also, believe it or not, thanks to Vince and Joe DeLuca. I think that it takes a certain amount of, some would say courage, I would say balls, to look somebody in the eye and speak to them as gentlemen and real people. And we're very grateful for that because they could have very well have told us to, get lost or just ignored us or not paid any attention to our comments or anything or any of our concerns, and we're grateful for that. Okay, that said, the lawyer here very much lied about our representations here. So let's just clarify the record here. We reached no agreements. We were amenable to certain things that were suggested. Please do not speak on our behalf without speaking to me first. Or if you want to speak to my lawyer, we can also do that as well. So everybody here is concerned about traffic first and foremost. This is connecting to our entire development of count 110 homes. And along this roadway here, in particular from Surrey Lane all the way up.
Sorry, you're going to have to grab the microphone if you want to speak at the monitor.
And from Surrey Lane all the way up through Bridal Estates, this services exactly 36 homes. I believe that the lawyer here said 59. That services this leg.
The 59 was my count. I apologize.
I apologize as well. Okay.
Not Ed's.
Okay. But yeah, it's 36 homes, and then to add another 47 is an increase of 150%. Yes, to be that's my number. Thank you. Yeah. So that's the number one concern. One thing here, to kind of correct the record here, is that we also, we had spoken about a tree line on the northern edge of the lot here. We agreed to a tree line. We did not agree to a half a tree line or a quarter of a tree line or a third of a tree line. What is in the plans is a quarter of a tree line. So I have trees on my northern edge of the property here. I planted them myself because I wanted a buffer from the plot land. I think if they're going to build new homes there, it's a very reasonable ask for the homeowners to plant trees along their homes. I certainly think that that was something that we said that we would be amenable to in the plot land, and we did not agree to a quarter of a tree line. No.
You keep going. Let Justin answer when you're finished.
Okay.
You keep going.
Thank you. So then there's also, so my home is right here. I know that the Planning Commission here has said, how exactly is this land going to be farmed in the presence of this development? Does anybody know?
Farmland Preservation has a lease with a farmer to continue farming that 39 acres.
That's correct, and it's the same farmer that Sharon Kimmel uses, correct? Because I know that there's the problem of access here, and I believe it was Member Bush who had just said that they would, the farmland vehicles would have to access through Surrey Lane, and it's like a hardest of no's for us.
Yeah, I can't remember who the farmer is, but whoever the farmer is will access.
Tanner's is farming Broadmeadows right now. Sharon Kimmel told me herself that she said that she would permit access to this plot of land from her land if it was the same farmer who was renting the land from her.
Okay.
And the motion before us is that the existing Patterson Lane would be maintained for access to that plot of land for the purposes of farming.
Okay.
That's the motion in front of us today, is that we would recommend to the board that existing Patterson Lane be maintained for the future.
Can the board guarantee to the residents that there will be no farming access on Surrey Lane?
I can tell you this, farmers do not want to go driving through your neighborhood to get to their farmland when they could come through the adjoining property, the Kimmelman property, or through Patterson Lane.
Yeah, I mean,
They haven't done it so far, have they?
No, they haven't. But when I spoke to
that
Sharon,
in the future.
she did tell me that if they're not renting the land from her, they're not allowed on her property, and she made that very crystal clear to me.
And then they'll come through Patterson Lane as they've done in the past.
So can we have that put in the public record that there will be no farmland vehicles accessing Surrey?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Sure, yeah, I mean.
We have a ton of respect for the farmers. We want to see the farm stay and, not go, but we understand the circumstances. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Other concerns here about water and drainage. Kind of trying to wonder how the water drains now from the farm. I mean, I know I have some sewers here, and water is a very, very key point for everybody here who's living. How exactly does the water drain?
Do you want to go through all of your questions, and then Justin, you'll answer to elevations and drainage? Is that probably the best way to handle that?
Sure.
Cool.
Sure.
Thank you.
But there are 10 homes on the west side of Bridal Estates up here who have been flooded in their basements with, I believe, how many feet of water? 4, 6, 8, twice? And I believe the township has done a large amount of work off to the west side of Lindenhurst Road to clear that and make sure that flooding. I don't know if any of you have any knowledge or can offer any comment on that, but that's a major concern for those people who occupy those homes. 2 of them, friends of mine, actually sold their home because they couldn't bear it anymore. They were too concerned. What does putting 47 more homes there do to flood? Are they going to get another 6 feet of water in their basements again?
Well, I can tell you those homes that were affected by the flooding are upstream of this development. So there would be no impact at all from this development.
But we don't know that. I mean, you're not, I mean, that's kind of
Well,
conjecture once we start doing that. I mean, we didn't know what caused the flooding in the first place.
Yeah, the engineer could run through that later.
I mean, there's a lot of people who had their basements flooded and had their lives kind of pretty upended that kind of want to know what's going on there. So I know that member Torbert is on here. We're also trying to understand why this development would be approved, but the other one wouldn't be. Because the other development that was proposed does not connect to an existing residential neighborhood, and this one does.
Which development are you?
The Torbert Farm development that was discussed in 2023 of last year, or 2023.
As a matter of fact, we just received plans this afternoon. For that.
I'd love to see them. I'll
There's a box
check
right
it out
over there. You can
online.
take a look.
I'll download them. Thank you very much, Jim.
They will be uploaded to our website in the next day or two.
Thanks very kindly. Yeah. Trying to look about what else here is. Is there anything that the township can do to reduce the count of lots on this development to make this more amenable to anybody? Because none of us want to see the farmland go. I've spoken with Doug on a couple of occasions, a wonderful gentleman, but if that's what's going to happen, that's what's going to happen. Is there anything that the township can do? I know we just signed a motion to raise our taxes to up a $15 million bond. Can you guys buy some of these lots, preserve some of this space as open farmland, cut the lot count to say, I don't know, 15 or 20, and do something to make it more amenable to us, to make it more acceptable, something that we can live with, where Surrey Lane kind of cuts in here, terminates once and for all, and we never have to waste your time in front of this board again?
I think that's a combination of a question for our chair of the board or for Mr. Majewski. What I would say, just as if the town were to purchase some of this land, and this has nothing to do with me or this commission, but if the town did, it would compress the amount of developable land, and it would change the 25% open space buffer. So it wouldn't be as simple a matter as saying, just for math, if they were valuing each plot at $500,000, right? The cost of each individual plot would go up because it's reducing the total amount of homes that they can develop. So it would kind of have a multiplying force. That's just the way that our ordinances go together. But Dan, do you want to provide input?
Yeah, when it comes to just generally buying more open space, right? The township had, along with the EAC, who's been mentioned multiple times this evening, has done repeated analyses of various plots and lots around the township that we've tried to buy. Now, the issue when it comes to real estate and a township purchasing, when it comes to real estate and the township purchasing versus a private landowner purchasing, we're only allowed to purchase at the assessed value or an appraised value, which is generally much, much less than what they can get on the private market. So we've made attempts on various lots to see if, or parcels, to see if we could do that. In some cases successfully, where you have willing landowners, usually less developable land, but still high value from a natural resources perspective. But when it comes to some of these, the township we're not allowed really to match those numbers that they're getting that landowners are getting from private developers, unfortunately.
I understand. There's no way to kind of finagle things to get to a point where it's, Doug receives fair value for his land, and also too that there's kind of a compressed number of lots here.
That's up to the landowner to say they're willing to take the appraised value, and that's.
I understand. Thank you.
If you know a guy, let me know. Willing to talk.
I don't.
Question, I don't know if Jim can answer this, but was Bridal Estates, was that previously farmland also? That was built into houses?
Yes.
Just, okay.
There's also crime concerns. This is going to be a construction site for how long? 3 years, we'll estimate 3, 4, 5, 6 years. Construction sites are not known for, they're known for attracting a criminal element. There's been a large number, I mean, the Wegmans site, I believe I saw 4 police reports of theft from the site. That site is near farm. That's not near residences. If the township were to approve this, what can you do to guarantee the safety of the residents, particularly, us back there? I mean, do I need to claim more of the south side of my lawn? It's just a real question.
I doubt the planning commission would approve the use of landmines in your neighborhood.
Okay.
But listen, it is a fair question, and I think it's a recommendation that we can, the chair of the Board of Supervisors is sitting here. Certainly, we can talk to, LMT Police again about perhaps positioning signage and a license plate reader to make sure that any folks are discouraged from vandalizing the construction site, which I'm sure the landowner would also be amenable to.
Not to speak for the applicant tonight, but any developer in their right minds wants to protect their development, so it only works in their favor to provide some level of security around those developments and want to protect the neighbors that are living around those developments. That being said, there are many ways we can address it, and I'm sure we can work with the applicant on that particular issue because that's obviously front of mind, so I understand that.
Yeah, it's front of mind for anybody who lives on Surrey Lane, Bridal Estates here, because they're going to be obviously the most impacted homeowners. Anything else I missed, guys? Robert, do you want to turn? Okay. That's Robert's all over that.
Got to talk on the mic. If you guys are going to talk, we got to talk on the mic, all right? Just so.
Understood.
EJ?
Me too, included.
I'm gonna give the time to another resident.
Not
that's
the only
okay.
one.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, I appreciate
really
it. Thank you.
appreciate you guys
Thank you.
hearing my concerns. I know I'm not always the most pleasant person.
That's
Thank you for
okay.
your time.
We appreciate your comments. Thanks for your
By the
comments.
way.
Thank you.
Ed, while we're switching speakers, is there kind of a projected timeline for development, or any of the Misters DeLuca could answer? Any concept of how long post-approval you intend to be constructing?
Sure. We would anticipate probably 3-year build-out time.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm Robert Piper, 1209 Bridal Estates Drive, Lower Makefield Township. I face the farmland. First issue is this past Friday, I'm getting aerial maps which misrepresent farmland preserved property as residential zone property. I've got a picture here to show exactly what I'm talking about. And I'm trying to find out why this is happening.
Robert, is that the map on the display to your left?
Yes, R1 is single-family residential, and that is farmland preserved property. So why is that M1 sitting there? The R1, rather.
Mr. Majewski left the room. He'd be the best person to answer this.
But that's owned by... Just to give you a quick answer, that's a zoning line.
Yep.
Farmland preserve, you can have farmland preserved land in an R1 zoning district. So that is the correct zoning for that piece of land. The ownership is under the Farmland Preservation Committee.
Okay. Under the Institution of Transportation Engineers, the ITE, they'll be coming out with its 12th edition of its trip generation manual this summer, and will include trip generation data from 2024. Unlike the township relying on trip data from the pandemic era 2021 11th edition of this manual. Therefore, I strongly encourage the township to table the Wright Farm development decision until traffic volume through Surrey Lane can be based on this far more relevant 2012 12th edition of the ITE's Trip Generation Manual. Why is the township relying on data from 2021 in the middle of the pandemic when everybody was encouraged to stay home and maintain social distancing? And vaccines were only in limited quantities even through 2021.
Just to give a quick answer to that, the ITE manual has nothing to do with COVID. So it's a manual based on historic data of trip generation counts done during COVID. If you did a traffic count during COVID, that would need to be a factor of safety applied to that because people were staying home. But the historic data that the ITE manual is based on has nothing to do and was not impacted by the COVID pandemic. So the generation of the generation of the ITE manual will change from time to time as new data becomes available. But if you were to look at the single family detached home ITE code and the trips generated by that code, there's probably very little, if any, change to the data.
I had an ITE representative tell me that they look forward to having post-pandemic data because it will surely be different than pandemic-era data.
It'll probably be less. People are working from home more, not going to work as much.
No, companies are required now to have their employees come back to work. So if anything, transportation back to work is required now as it was not under the pandemic-era years.
Yeah, actually, I know that point was brought up, and it was a very astute insight. However, I did look at prior ITE trip generations well before COVID, and they are fairly consistent with what the current manual shows. Although if they are coming out with the manual soon, I'm sure the applicant would be more than happy to check their numbers to make sure they're still valid.
Dan Seekins, also 1209 Battle Estates. I'd also point out that right at that time is when the interstate going over the Delaware opened up and Wegman area has been developed. I can't imagine that 2021 will actually represent what kind of traffic this new development is going to bring in. So part of our point is, and you heard the group here, we think that more modern data would be much more informative in terms of the safety risk. I mean, this is a neighborhood where kids play in the streets, people walk in the street. If you at least 135% more traffic, you're going to incur more risk. And we'd really think you should use the best data you have available in making this decision, because safety is obviously of everyone's interest.
And therefore, the number of vehicles coming through that access will therefore increase the probability of accidents on Surrey Lane and on Bridal Estates Drive and on Quarry Road and on Lindenhurst Road. We just had a deer slam into the side of our car on Lindenhurst, and deers are less of a property on Lindenhurst than they are on Quarry Road. So for those of you not familiar with Quarry Road, we have massive groups of deer, and they, with no understanding whatsoever, will start darting in front of your vehicle. So we've had numerous near misses and almost a collision, and one collision on Lindenhurst. Okay, so going on, section 178-38 of the ordinances requires safety to be addressed. The traffic volume through this Surrey Lane access creates the following threats to safety in my Bridal Estates neighborhood. Greater probability of collisions with young children riding their bikes. Again, this is a quiet neighborhood with a bunch of children and families riding their bicycles on Bridal Estates Drive. So this is not some high-speed road expecting a lot of high-speed traffic. We've got bicycle riders, young bicycle riders. My neighbor has two wonderful young sons riding their bicycles up and down Bridal Estates Drive. Can you imagine another 100 to 200 vehicles coming from this new development? And we don't know yet because the 2025 data is not out yet. 3 or 4 months it should be out yet. Is that too long to wait to get much more accurate data? I don't think it is for those of us that may live in Bridal Estates for another 20 years. What else do we have here? More safety threats. So joggers jogging on the street to avoid dog walkers and families pushing strollers in the sidewalks. friends and relatives getting in and out of their vehicles parked on the curb. These safety threats increase after dark as Bridal Estates has no street lights. Increased threats to safety on Quarry Road as well. We've got more near misses, as I pointed out before, with groups of unpredictable deer, more probability of collisions with deer due to more traffic. More vehicles heading up the incline to the cemetery ridge means greater probability of collisions with bicycle riders up the hill who have no shoulders, or then you have the option of passing these bicycle riders by veering into the oncoming traffic, but you can't see the oncoming traffic because of the ridge on the top of the hill, and you've got traffic coming down from Lindenhurst facing right into the cemetery, and then they veer right before the cemetery, the small cemetery, and they veer back around to go down the hill to go further down Quarry Road. So this is a big safety issue right here, trying to get around those bicycle riders. If you do, you risk another accident with another car coming down the hill that you can't see until it comes around the cemetery.
Sorry, and which road specifically are you speaking about there?
Quarry Road.
Quarry Road, okay, thank you.
Which is how you get to Bridal Estates
Right.
Drive.
Right.
Yep, just,
Dan, is there someone you could pull up what he's talking about? That's quite okay.
I mean, the Bucks County GIS photos, sorry.
We also have, on Quarry Road, homes that are close to Quarry Road, and they have backup driveways onto Quarry Road. So between Lindenhurst and the family cemetery, a lot more vehicles coming out of this proposed development is going to mean a lot more probability of accidents of these cars that have no option but to back out of their driveways. They have just very small home lots, and so they just have back out driveways onto Quarry Road. So the more traffic you have coming down Quarry Road, the more likely of accidents from these backup drivers trying to get onto Quarry Road.
I don't want to interrupt you too much, but I will say if there is a safety concern for bicyclists on Quarry Road, that is something that you folks should raise with the Citizens Traffic Commission. They are the appropriate group to take a look at that, because Quarry Road, in that context, is not a matter that we can discuss under this particular application.
Except that Quarry Road is essentially the only way to get into this neighborhood to connect to Bridal Estates.
I understand. It's bicycle safety on Quarry Road. It's not a matter connected directly to the development.
Okay. And now I know there's been talk about the issues between the Environmental Advisory Commission and the Farmland Preservation people, but preserving natural features of the site is also mentioned in section 178-87E. The Township's Environmental Advisory Council, EAC, recommended saving the magnificent large trees, some with trunk diameters almost as wide as 4 feet. After seeing my picture, I surely hope that you will agree with the Township's Environmental Advisory Council and me that we should insist that these beautiful large trees will make magnificent canopies should they be saved. So this is what we're talking about. The developer wants to demolish all these trees that the Environmental Advisory Council wants to keep. And we're talking about here, trees will retain water. We're talking about drainage issues. We've got a number of assets that trees will take care of for a piece of property. They're even listed under the Heritage Tree Fund on the ordinances. So who would not want this on the property? Instead, they would rather have it all cut down. I can't believe anybody that would want all these trees, some with trunks almost 400 feet in diameter.
On the microphone, please, microphone. Be on the microphone, please.
I'm sorry,
Microphone.
we want your comments to be recorded on the record, so
Sure.
you have to speak into the microphone.
Sure. So some of these trunks are almost 4 feet in diameter, And this is why the Environmental Advisory Council was concerned about saving these trees.
If the developer want to comment on the trees?
Okay, you see the
Microphone.
This is right behind our backyard, which is 1209 Bridal Estates Drive. You see the farmland home right here. You see the cell phone tower to your left, so that will give you your bearings here.
All other things being equal, is the applicant amenable to looking at an option to make sure that those trees are preserved?
If those trees are in and among the existing farm buildings, the answer is probably no. They're going to be removed. I can't tell from that picture where they are.
Ed, if you'd speak into the microphone, I'm sorry.
Your mic's off.
What I said was that if the trees that are depicted on the photo that the gentleman is showing are interspersed among the existing Wright Farm building complex, I think the likelihood of them being saved is nil. So I don't, Justin can comment if any could be saved, but I don't.
Yeah, without knowing exactly what trees they are, I can't give you a definitive answer. But no, I mean, we designed the site. Obviously, we have to take into consideration drainage concerns and grading and all. So if we are able to save a tree, we will. But we are developing the site in accordance with the ordinance and obviously replanting it in accordance with the ordinance as well. There's been a repeat concern, though, about drainage that I do think it's necessary to address. We'll probably hear it again from other neighbors.
Yep.
It's a big misconception that farmland is actually good for drainage. It's not. So when you look at, without getting too technical, in stormwater, row crops and farmland actually has a very high runoff rate of water. So in its existing condition, this is a farm field, a significant amount of impervious with the farm structures, no stormwater controls whatsoever. So by developing this property, installing current stormwater that meets current regulations will actually be an improvement onto that situation. And Mr. Majewski did correctly reference the fact that this property is downstream from Bridal Estate. So by no shape or form will any improvements on this property flow upstream to affect basements or anything on their concern. If anything, the flow from Bridal Estates is going to be flowing through our property, and a large portion of which we are actually managing through our site because it does flow north to south from the preserved land into our site, which is going to be then detained through our basins and slowly released to our site. So the development of this property will have no impact on the Bridal Estates. I can say that with 100% certainty because it is upstream. And we are going to be improving the township's watershed in this area, the water that flows then down across Lindenhurst under the bypass and to Court Creek. So it'll be an improvement onto the township's MS4 and stormwater management of Court Creek.
So Justin, as you move forward with whatever your future reviews are, can we just get a commitment that you will take another look, seeing if there's a possibility to preserve any of these mature trees
Yes.
in line with the plans that you put forward?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
I had one other question, and that is when there is a fee in lieu of recreation area per residence, is that a decision of an absolute right by the developer, or is a joint decision made by the township and the developer?
The developer requests that they be able to pay a fee in lieu of placing recreation. The township takes a vote as to whether or not they're amenable to accepting the fee in lieu. Generally speaking, I think when those matters have come before us, we've accepted the fee in lieu rather than requiring the developer to create active recreational facilities. Generally, the active recreation could create additional impervious surface. You've got to put, the safety floors down for kids and all the rubber. And we're very much with stormwater management in the township. We're really careful about, we want them to develop as little of the ground as they can, though they are entitled to develop the land.
Okay, so in other words, you are in favor of putting residents up instead of recreational property?
No, they would have to create the recreational property in, the developer, instead of dedicating as much of the land as they are to open space, they would hold back some of that space, and they would likely create the recreation facilities there.
And it depends on a case-by-case basis. Certain properties, if this adjoined a park that the township owned, we may have a preference to add acreage to that park to allow more recreational amenities. 30 or 40 years ago, when we had little to no recreation land, some developments did actually dedicate recreation land and improve it as part of their obligation to do the development and did not pay the fee in lieu of that. In this instance, I think the township, I don't want to speak for the supervisors, but most likely, I don't think they would feel the need that for recreation land at this site, but rather the money that could go towards improving other pieces of land the township already owns.
We also did discuss this matter quite a bit during the open space ordinance discussions last year. I'm a father of 3 small kids. I'm in favor of neighborhood parks and things for place for those to play. But at the end of the day, this land is going to be under an HOA. The HOA would restrict non-residents from having access to that. So we feel that it's in the better good of the township to have the open parcels of land instead of a park that's only accessible to 47 homes, that those kids who live just a couple hundred feet away and could ride their bikes to wouldn't be allowed to go and enjoy.
And where they're riding their bikes to now in a park that is close to this development?
We can't legally require the HOA to provide access to any facilities inside any park that they would build. We can't legally require them to provide access to neighboring kids.
I guess what I'm asking is, by taking the number of homes to 32 to 47, you're increasing it by almost 50%. And do you think that's a reasonable thing to do in a neighborhood that has no bikeable parks nearby?
The matter before us is the right of the landowner to develop the land, and we do the best that we can to manage that against the town's interests in open space and other things, right? If the Board of Supervisors is interested in acquiring some of this land in order to build a neighborhood park, I mean, that's their purview, and they're welcome to do that, and you folks are welcome to lobby them. But as a planning commission, that's not something that we have the ability to do, is to instruct this developer that they have to build a public park on this land.
Well, and I guess I'm concerned that we have a development here where they are maximizing the number of homes they can put on the land, and there seems to be not even a compromise as to recreation space in this area.
TJ?
Us as a board, we can only approve what the planning commission can approve. We can't state, again, I think what Colin said, we can't have them do things out of our reach. So that'll be up to the BOS once this comes up to them. If this goes forward, that'll be up to the BOS to decide that as far as what they require as far as space. But as planning commission, unfortunately, we cannot dictate the space, what they do with the open space. So we would just have to allow the open space and those requirements. So.
Okay, so I seem to misunderstand here. Are you saying that you work with the developer to come up with an agreeable amount of fee in lieu of recreational space per residence in order to come up with a number? Or is it some other committee that does that in the township?
Maureen, is that covered by ordinance, the fee in lieu?
It's an
Is
ordinance,
it statutory?
right? It's an ordinance.
It says in
There is.
fee
It's by-
of, there's a certain amount, but it doesn't say who makes that decision, whether it's a combined decision or whether it's an automatic right by any developer to say, I don't want any recreation space, I'd rather have a bunch of homes. And I want to maximize the number of homes in this development instead of have any recreation space. So how can I do that? Pay what the ordinance says I can pay in lieu of recreation space per residence.
In essence, that's correct, and the fee is dictated by an ordinance. So it's not arbitrary. The number is not arbitrary. It's determined by an ordinance.
Oh, I know the number, the cost amount is not arbitrary. I'm talking about the decision as to how many homes are allowed to be built in lieu of recreation space. Who makes that decision?
That's not mutually exclusive. It has nothing to do. There's an ordinance that calculates density. There's another ordinance that deals with per lot recreation payments in lieu of providing active on-site recreation. So they're not necessarily mutually exclusive.
Justin, in the eventuality where, or Mr. DeLuca, in the eventuality where the township said, we don't want the fee in lieu, we want some recreation space, would you build less homes or would you dedicate less open space to the town to solve that problem? Are you comfortable answering?
As Mr. Murphy said, it's a density calculation that needs to be done. So we would need to evaluate what that point is, but we are permitted based on the density calculations. There's no natural resources on this site, so it's the 25% open space that requires. That kind of dictates the design. So that's where you come up with the 47 allowed homes. Now, with the fee, if there's recreation space, I mean, we can run that calculation. But 47 homes is permitted, and the ordinance does permit there to be a fee in lieu of the developer.
Can I make the recommendation that your next discussion with staff, you explore the possibility of where you may place active recreation space for these homes?
That's, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and just so we get clarification on these homes that were the ones, these trees that were next to the historic home here, do I give this to the Environmental Advisory Commission to confirm that these are the homes they're talking about saving with trunks that are up to 4 feet in diameter?
You can. I mean, those are right in the existing farmstead, right?
Correct. It's based on the picture, which for reference, it looks like they are, yes.
Okay.
We will evaluate that.
And so are you saying you would agree to save those?
It's not what we said. We said we were going to evaluate if they can be saved based on the design.
What design?
Again, we're going to evaluate it. That's what we can look at.
We are not expecting that we're going to save those trees, just so we're clear. We will look at them to see if we can incorporate any around the current design.
And listen, I certainly agree with the residents that moving into a new neighborhood that's beautiful, mature trees as a centerpiece of it is definitely an attractive option. And I think you've agreed to take a look at if there's a way that you can accommodate that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you all very much.
Can we go back to a comment made by the first speaker so that we...
Sure. Do you want to address the questions from the first
Well,
speaker?
the one in particular I wanted to address is this question about the extent of the buffer along the northern boundary line.
Right.
I think you heard us say in our part of the presentation that we were going to provide a buffer for the first 4 or 5 homes before we got to that drainage easement. But we were not, this current plan does not contemplate a buffer around the balance of that where it abuts the actively farmed farmland by Farmland Preservation Corporation. They, farmland, were adamant about not requiring or asking for a buffer in that area. We put the required fence there, just so we're clear about that. That's why we did not extend that buffer at the request of the Farmland Preservation Corp.
If we can just go back to that map just real quick. And I'm sorry, the fence that you're speaking of, is that a privacy fence? Is that a split rail fence? Is that a non-specified fence?
It's a split rail fence, and its requirement to be a demarcation between the actively farmed land and the residence lot. So, Dan, if you could, the color rendering would be the better option here. So right there, you'll see the first 4 lots along the north part of that site have the planted buffer along the top. Yeah, get them. So the first 4 lots up here, you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4. That has the planted buffer along the back of the property, and also a fence which will demarc the land that's privately owned land and the farmland preservation land. Once you get past that point, we're just proposing a fence along that entire stretch, which is largely just the farmland with the residents far behind that. But that was what we were able to compromise with farmland preservation to incorporate a buffer to screen the existing Surrey Lane homes, but also maintain the request and criteria that's necessary of farmland preservation. So it wasn't that we neglected it, and I didn't mean to misrepresent that, it was just the fact that was the compromise that we made with the Farmland Preservation Committee.
And unlike the balance of the perimeter of the site, which I understand tonight may be in some flux about what is going to happen, that's still going to be farmed up there.
Right.
All right, just so we're clear about that.
And so just to summarize, Farmland Preservation's concern is today there are no trees there. There's
They
no
don't
shade
want shade.
There's no shade being cast on their crops to diminish the
Right.
yield of the crops.
Correct.
So they don't want trees there impacting the farmland that's going to remain behind.
That is correct.
Since we're talking trees, and Justin, since you're already up there, can you indicate on the map where the existing farmstead is, those farm buildings today?
Sure. And Dan, sorry to make you flip again. Can you go back just to the existing features aerial plan? So this is the center portion here is the existing farmed property. You'll see a number of the farmhouse and existing outstructures. There's trees scattered through there, and I don't know when that picture was taken. I don't know what angle it was taken or what trees are being represented, but there are trees in that area. Now they're not regulated. We're able to take them down with the provisions of your ordinance. And what you will see is this area here is where the large portion of the stormwater management needs to be and the road network needs to be. So when we say we'll evaluate it, we'll look to see if we can save them. If we can, we will. If not, we are planting additional street trees, which will, obviously need to be planted in place of the trees that come down. So,
Okay, if farmland preservation was amenable to it, instead of a split rail, would the developer be amenable to putting a privacy fence along the backyards of those homes?
I'm sure we would be.
Okay, Jim, can we just make that a point of notation to discuss amongst the various commissions and staff? Thank you.
Good evening, folks. My name is Rohit Moge. I live on Surrey Lane. I'm at the end of it, the second house in, on the right side. So I'm not here to argue about data from traffic. I tell you, I work from home. And when I see traffic go down Surrey Lane, I think about all the Amazon trucks, all the UPS trucks, all the FedEx trucks. And not only that, but also all the, the repair trucks, whether it be plumbers, electricians. They're constantly coming up and down my lane. When these 47 houses are built, I can only imagine how much more it's going to add. Think about all the people that are ordering from Amazon. From various different places. It's just going to flood that area. All the repair things that furniture, basically all delivery services and all home services are going to be going down this road. And I have an 11-year-old son. There's some of my neighbors who have much, much younger sons. Alex's son is less than 5 years old. These kids are literally playing in the neighborhood. And I encourage that. All these kids are organically just playing with each other. And that's a good thing. Instead of being on screens and going down social media path, they're playing with each other, which is such a good thing. That's one of the best features of our neighborhood. And I think that the traffic issue is going to be a concern of ours. It's always going to be a concern of ours, but more importantly, we definitely don't want a 322 connector. I think it's a good thing that we learned today that it's a no-go from the state. That's a great thing. But from a safety of our kids, and people don't always pay attention to speed limits. They're just going to keep going right down Bridal Estates and Surrey, and they're just going to, even though it says 25, they're going to go 40. That's the big concern. Our kids are playing out there, especially during the warmer months, and if there's a way to keep these kids safe, I would really appreciate that. Alex did a great job of, voicing all of our collective concerns, and, the drainage thing, the tree thing, all of that stuff is great. It's things for us to consider. But just think about the kids and think about the amount of traffic this is generating. It's just going to be a ridiculous amount of traffic. And again, I'm not here to argue stats. I'm just making a point from a human standpoint.
Thank you. Just to plug the Citizens Traffic Commission again, they have done some wonderful work when residents have identified areas where there is a lot of speeding on existing roads. If you have speeding problems in the neighborhood, I can't tell you enough, reach out to them through the board. That's a problem that we do want solved.
So my name is Karen Moore. I've lived on Surrey Lane for over 25 years with my husband Rich and our twin boys. I'd like to first thank the Planning Commission for taking all of our questions and for hopefully taking serious all of our concerns that we're raising. So, Colin, Daniel, Adrian, you all have talked about preserving the farmland. You've said it's the gateway to Yardley. It really shows the spirit of what Yardley is. We all just passed. I voted myself to pass the Open Space Act. Why not preserve this space? Why are we considering tearing down, and it's like you're paving paradise to put up a parking lot. We already have Wegmans now over there where we live with all these extra buildings. Now you guys literally want to add 47 more houses. And as Alex had corrected the record, the Bridal Estates going into Surrey Lane, it's about 36 houses. So with all due respect, it's very significant for us. It is not an insignificant amount. We just heard from our last resident on Surrey Lane. It's a place where our kids have all learned how to bike there. Colin, you said you have 3 children. Please put yourself in our shoes and not just a developer's shoes here. You're our planning commission. We pay taxes, we live here. I've been here 25 years plus. Why do we want to do this? It's such a beautiful community, and frankly, all of our children in our neighborhood literally learn how to ride. There's kids walking around. It's a beautiful neighborhood. Please don't kill our neighborhood. So just a couple more things. I will try to be brief. Safety and traffic. I believe there was a great question. I'm not sure, Colin, if it was you that asked, but you asked, can our roads in Bridal Estates and Surrey Lane handle 47 other houses? And I'm not sure who answered it, but it was incorrect. I can tell you, we live on Surrey Lane. There's a dip in Surrey Lane. I've had to call the township like twice over the last 8 years to be fixed, and there's other dips in Bridal Estates. So our infrastructure really can't handle the additional 47. I know we talked about drainage. My neighbor sitting behind me has serious concerns about drainage. I would ask you, please take serious. Like I know the DeLucas and their team are bringing facts together. Daniel, I know you're our supervisor board. I hope that the Board of Supervisors does their own due diligence and verifies everything that the developer is suggesting, because again, there's some inaccuracies that we potentially have heard here tonight. But again, in closing, it's a lovely development. It's a lovely street. We are all worried it's going to become a speedway. I think it was mentioned, you guys were debating an hour and a half ago, oh, there might be a median in Surrey Lane. So I don't know how that would work. Our road isn't that wide. We host Thanksgiving every year. We have our other neighbors are back here. How could there be a median when we sometimes have our own cars on the streets?
If you don't mind me addressing that real quick.
Please.
So specific to that, our question, and we've been talking to the developer, to the engineer for months, right? We are very concerned about controlling traffic from the extension of Surrey Lane into the existing Surrey Lane. The developer isn't going to make a change to the existing Surrey Lane. We asked them during the site walk in November to make sure that in their new piece that they build south of the existing homes, they put something in place, an island or something, to force drivers from the new development to slow down before crossing into the existing Surrey Lane. And that's the median they're proposing, is wholly in the new development.
I see. I hope, though, and I know we're here for certain motions, but I do hope, and again, for the Planning Commission and Daniel for the Board of Supervisors, I hope, though, and it's our ask, that please take seriously our concerns, and could we preserve most, if not all, of that farm? Or perhaps we reduce the number of houses. 47 is quite significant. Why not 15 or 20? Then it's everything you guys discussed for about a half hour at the beginning of this conversation about preserving farmland. One last concern, it was mentioned, I think Mr. DeLuca here said it would take almost 3 years. So we're going to have a construction site at the end of Surrey Lane. What if some of us actually want to like sell, or we're worried about, I mean, my husband travels, and we get worried about safety, and now we're going to have a construction site at the end. Ms. Torbett won't have, and her farm, if you do go to sell, you won't have this issue. The Planning Commission won't have this issue because you don't have this little lane connecting there. But we do. So we're worried about safety concerns in addition. So anyway.
Sorry, if I could take one moment to point out, Virginia shares a surname with Torbert Farms. She does not have a financial interest in Torbert Farms and is not related to that matter.
Sorry.
I just want to make sure that that's clear
Nope,
and on the record.
all good. Anyway, so we respectfully, please just consider how much we could preserve of that farm. It seems like our conversations, it's like almost a done deal. I hope it's not almost a done deal. Or can we perhaps look to lessen the footprint so that we can preserve such a wonderful community that this Planning Commission and Daniel, the Board of Supervisors, should be extremely proud that this is what Yardley really is. Let's keep that essence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yep.
My name is Jeff Sawyer. I live at 1162 Ascot Court, Lower Makefield resident with my wife Gina and our 2 sons since 2003. We live in the original farmhouse that Bridal Estates was built around. What's it called? Patterson? Patterson. Farmer Doug. Sorry? Yeah, there's a lot of names. That's right. And we bought this home. It's a historic home, and we're proud to be stewards of this home and to take care of it. And we've done a lot of work there. One of our biggest concerns, or our biggest concern, would be water runoff from the preserved farmland. So I don't know if you've done any studies, because everything I've seen on your screens today kind of stops where the preserved farmland begins. And already, with just regular farming occurring, there is quite a bit of flooding and pooling that occurs at the foot. Basically, where Patterson Lane ends is at a fence at my property. It's the unpaved portion of Patterson Lane, right past the residence you were referring to at the end of Patterson Lane. So I would be curious to hear what the developer has, if you've looked at that portion of the property for flooding, and what, if any, changes would be made to prevent additional water flooding from occurring. And I tell you, when it rains a substantial rain during the summertime, it looks like a pond out there. And it runs our way. You were saying it runs, was it north-south? Currently? Yeah, right. So that ain't north-south, right, when it's heading towards me. So that's a very substantial concern that we have. We do get water in our basement currently. Old house, I understand there's going to be some issues with that. The other concern that we have, apparently there's an easement that runs between my home and the home next to me, and I was curious where the utility hookups for the new community would be, and if that is between our home. If so, one of the concerns I have, when they were working on 295, when they were expanding the lanes, putting up the sound barriers, there was a lot of construction rumble, we'll call it, which resulted in a lot of cracks in our property, in our building. It's a stone home, right, in the mortar. So we had to spend a whole lot of money to get that stuff fixed. And I'm concerned if there's digging up that occurs to connect utilities in our beautiful cul-de-sac, what's the outcome of that? Is there something that the township, the developer, someone would be responsible for repairs to our homes and any damage that occurs, not just considering the inconveniences of having that happen? And finally, the concerning the view that you all were referring to, the fence lines, the trees, et cetera, and the farmlands, the Farmland Preservation Society, who I've worked with on a couple of occasions with some old trees that were bordering our property, to have those removed. I'm curious, what kind of input do we really have as residents? Because we bought this home to have this beautiful view of this farm, and I understand it's, the Wright's farm, it's their property to sell and do with as they choose. I'm a business owner in the county, have been for a long time. I understand these things. However, we are all taxpayers, and it's impacting our quality of life to some degree. So I would just like to say on the record, I would love to see some additional trees occurring, blocking the new community, and perhaps some kind of large privacy fences as well. Because, you know, we back up to this beautiful open land, and would hate to have to, you know, see issues with drainage and see issues with privacy and really quality of life and what we get to look at. So I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Could you point to us where your house is? Because you had mentioned flooding.
Only if you promise not to come to my house. I'll look up where you live.
No desire to come to your house. Don't worry about that. It's all about the flooding that you were talking about.
Sorry, if you would take the mic, and if you wouldn't mind coming around to the screen that's facing us so we can see.
So I'm not sure what I'm looking at here.
This is Ascot.
Outside.
Okay, that's Ascot here? I think you're right here. Right? Yes, right here. So, is that right? Right here, sorry.
So the southeast end of that cul-de-sac.
Yeah, so essentially you can see Patterson Lane kind of dumps off here. The paved portion of it ends right here at the residence that's in that corner. And you can kind of even see it's a little bit browner down here. Substantial amount of flooding that lands in there. Okay.
Approach the screen. So the concern is that you mentioned a few times the drainage off of the existing farm property, correct? The preserved farm, which is not it's not the right farm causing that issue. It's the existing farm area. So we don't have control over that. Just to be frank with you, the existing drainage problems are existing drainage problems, which we are looking at. And then, Dan, could you pan down a little bit? Or at one point you had the land development set up there. Can you go to sheet 54 that you had up there? So there is, I will say, there is a portion of the existing farm which drains onto the right farm. Okay. And what we are required to do as developers developing a new piece of property, you have to manage the drainage that's coming onto your property. You don't have to go fix a drainage problem of a property that's not yours, but if there's drainage coming on your property, you have to control it. So there's a high point in that farm that drains right to our property, and that's why there's that existing drainage easement between those. There's 4 lots, then a drainage easement, then the other lots. Right. That drainage from that farm is getting controlled through our site. So we're actually taking it into a pipe, routing it through our basin, controlling it before it gets discharged. So you did mention, and you're correct to say, there is, when it rains on a farm, significant amount of runoff. This is an existing farm, that's an existing farm, there's no stormwater controls right now. We can't fix your problem. So that's something that you're gonna have to look at, and you're gonna have to work with the township. That's an existing drainage problem that's historic, that's draining towards your property. There's things you can do to fix it, but that's not something we can control as part of this development. But I will say, a large portion, acres of drainage coming off of that existing farm, the existing Wright farm, which is 50 acres, all drain towards Lindenhurst, which go under Lindenhurst to the bypass. All of that is going to be controlled as part of our development.
So is it your contention that what you're planning to do will not...
Sorry, yep, thank you.
Is it your contention that what you're planning to do will not increase? Can you guarantee that? And is it in your plans and your... Let's hear it.
Yeah, well, I can guarantee it. The township engineer reviewed our plans. He's going to guarantee it. Well, not guarantee, he'll never do that, but... and then PADEP, which is the authority that actually reviews this for the state, we submit our plans to them. They're going to review it from the same rate, volume, and water control, water quality that comes off of this property. We've already submitted to them. We already have our permit from the state. So that's 3 people that are reviewing checks and balances. We are significantly reducing, by the township ordinance, the amount of runoff that's coming off of this as an active farm, which is a lot. We're bringing that into regulation with today's standards. So can I guarantee that we are going to be reducing the rate of runoff from our property as part of this development? Probably cutting it in half. Okay. What's happening to your property, we're going to have no impact on it. And you are on the north side of the site, so it is going to drain to your property. So like I said, there is a high point which drains down. That doesn't mean that there's not a portion that drains towards you. So that's going to be something you're going to have to control on your own.
Justin, while you're there, would you also mind indicating where the utilities are going to be coming into the development?
Yeah, Dan, sorry, I'm keeping you busy. Can you go back to Bucks County GIS, please? So you'll see here, and you are correct, between your house and your neighbor's house is a 15 or 20 foot piece of land which is not part of your neighborhood. It's actually part of the farmland preservation. What's in that is actually a utility easement currently owned by Aqua PA, which is your sewer provider, used to be Lower Makefield. That is an empty sewer easement. There's no sewer in it. Through our conversation with PA American, they're asking us to loop the water main. So basically there's a water main which ran down your street and was connected down through Wegmans, if you remember. Okay. There's also going to be a water main that's going to be connecting the neighborhood, the 47 homes here. Aqua does not like there to be dead ends or PA American does not want there to be dead ends. So if there's an opportunity for them to loop the water main, they're going to ask us to do so. We're still walking through it. No. So what would happen would be is there would be a connection to the water main which exists in your cul-de-sac through the existing easement that exists between your two properties. So that'll be a 8-inch water main which gets connected to the main in your property in an existing easement. It'll be digging to connect the water main. I don't know what was happening on 95, but that's going to be a relatively procedural thing. Okay. But that would be through the authority. We do not have control over it. That would be something that's dictated as part of the development that we have to do. And that would, again, run through an existing easement, which is currently there, and connecting into the existing water main. Thanks.
I have one more point. Thank you for those answers. So when it comes to accessing the preserved farmland for the farmers to farm the farmland, right? I'm picturing the new neighborhood, and I'm seeing Patterson Lane becoming this nice, straight line through the neighborhood with lots of pretty houses around it, right? But I'm picturing people paying a lot of money to buy those homes. How do the farm vehicles get, and if I'm stupid here, forgive me, but I don't quite see how they get around to farm that land without going through that neighborhood.
Sure. So you're not stupid at all. We've talked about this a couple of times tonight because it's important, right? I mean, you might be dumb. I don't know you that well. I'm at least half an idiot. So our proposal to the board as the Planning Commission, the motion in front of us is to recommend that the board ensure the existing Patterson Lane that connects at 332 and goes around the arc of the perimeter of the property from east and loops around to north and runs along 295, that be preserved as a road for access for farmland preservation to reach the preserved farm between your home and this proposed development. So we are proposing a road be maintained so that no farm equipment will transit the roads. I mean, we don't want farm equipment on township roads. I mean, it's just gonna rip
I'm
them
still
up.
not understanding where it connects, if someone's
Sure.
showing me, that'd be great. You got it?
Yeah, I'll come around. There's the driveway right here. One goes to the farm.
Microphone.
So for the record, since Jim's not speaking into the microphone, he's indicating the arc of the existing Patterson Lane, which runs from the connection to the driveway to the farmhouse, east and hooks around north along 295.
Going to come in here where the existing driveway is. There's that driveway, the road that comes all the way out.
For the purposes of the record, Jim is now repeating that on the other screen.
So what's the way they access now, coming this way?
So if they're continuing to come in the way they do, couldn't people come in that way and access the new neighborhood and then head into our neighborhood?
They cannot. So there will be a chain across. So the redesigned Patterson Lane, which runs east-west through the proposed development. I'm sorry, Justin, I'm stealing your fire here.
You're answering the question, but I think you were implying, can't you keep Surrey Lane closed and keep that connection open? Is that what you're implying?
Well, no. What
Okay.
I'm implying is that you're going to connect to Surrey Lane. Obviously, that's where we're heading on this thing. But the idea was that that's closed so that at least there won't be cars coming off.
Correct.
332.
It will be maintained for emergency access with a chain and a lock.
Where will the chain and
eastern
lock
end.
be?
At the eastern end of the. Sorry, Justin, I should let you answer.
No,
your
it's fine.
development.
There'll be two chains. So there's going to be a chain right at the entrance of the bypass, so the vehicles will not be able to turn into that and get stuck. So it'll be right there. It'll be very visible that it's going to be dedicated for emergency access only. It'll be signed accordingly. And then there's also going to be a secondary chain at the end of the realigned Patterson Road within the community, which says that the residents can't go past that point, chained and bollard for emergency vehicles only.
Okay.
So and that was one of the points that we were very adamant about, that traffic, as you can imagine, would be significantly more if there was a connection point back to the bypass. It would become a cut through from Quarry Lane down to there. There's no connection point. It is only going to be internal traffic from your community and the new community that accesses Surrey Lane.
Unless someone takes the chain down. I mean,
It's
and
not-
it sounds like they're getting their cake and eating it too, right? Like, you know.
We have chains like that throughout the township. Jim, do we have problems with folks cutting those chains?
No.
Are any of those chains on 332? I mean, like, you know, it's a very highly traveled road right off of I-295. I mean, there's a lot of folks who come through there. I just don't understand why, you know, when you're looking at the plans for the neighborhood, right, the final plans, when you're looking at the plans for the neighborhood, there's no entrance there. It looks like a straight line of nothingness, meaning a big curb, yet it's wide open. So it's kind of misrepresented in what we're looking at here as residents of this neighborhood to try to understand what it is that what we're trying to accomplish here. So I don't know. Am I missing something?
Sir, if I can address this just a little bit. I live in a neighborhood which had something like this done to it a long time ago.
What neighborhood is that?
It's Hidden Oaks. At the back second part of Hidden Oaks had a development added on, which was a dead-end development with one access point. And a chain link exit goes on to Stony Hill Road, and there's never been a problem with that chain link exit or entrance, as you're suggesting might happen on 332. Look, I think the good news here is that the proposal is not to have direct access to 332 and that it's only through Surrey Lane. But that's also the bad news here, because as the prior speaker mentioned, because the bad news is that street, although it's not going to be a cut through, if the plan as proposed moves forward, is going to have dramatically more traffic on it. I do like the fact that there was a discussion about putting up some sort of median to slow down the rate of speed, because that's really one of the primary issues that you'll face. But there's no getting around having 47 homes, as one of the speakers said earlier. You're going to have all those more Amazon trucks as well as the cars going in and out of the homes. And there's really not a lot that can be done to avoid that situation other than a cut through, which doesn't sound like anyone here really wants, and PennDOT certainly doesn't want either.
Of course.
So it may be I hate to say it, it's the best of two not so good plans. I do have a question for Jim. That house that's on the other end of Patterson Lane, that sort of sits by itself, is that occupied?
Yes. It is.
It is occupied. Is that the homeowner is not a farmer farming land around there, or no?
No.
No.
Sorry, Jim.
I thought when we first started this discussion,
Teamwork.
we were saying the town would essentially abandon the road, but the road would exist for farmland preservation purposes. Is that correct?
Correct. It wouldn't be a publicly accessible road. It would be a road that's only accessible for the farmer and for emergency services.
And for the resident of that home?
The resident of that home would use the portion from their home to where it ties into the development.
So they would have a key to the chain?
No.
Well, no, the chain would be beyond that.
Yes.
Okay.
So it would be free access from their house into the proposed road that is realigned. If you continued from their house on Patterson Lane after the realignment, that's where the chain would be, so that you can't get through to 332. You have to go through the neighborhood for that last residence.
To the outside world, what you're saying is it would appear like a driveway.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
So the request was to indicate where the two chains would be. Thank you very much, Justin.
Hi, Dan. Can you go site plan rendering, please? And I'll share this computer here. That's fine. And start at the bottom where Patterson Lane meets, the old Patterson Lane meets the bypass, please. So can you just pan up on your page so I can see the bypass a little bit more? All right, so the existing Patterson Lane entrance is right here. So what we are going to propose that right there, there's going to be a chain and bollard so that as you're driving down the bypass, you cannot even turn into there. Can I stop you? Let me show you where the other one is.
I'll just stop you right there. I can speak loudly enough. If you put a chain there to block Patterson Lane, there is no way for that resident to get to their house.
I'm sorry.
I can address that in a second if you just let me
We
talk.
do, and we also have, no, sir, I'm absolutely going to let you speak. We have remote people watching this meeting right now. They cannot hear you. Those of us in the room can.
Now,
Yeah.
Dan, if you can go to the top of the page, I'll address both his concerns.
And then Justin, if you would pass the mic to the gentleman after you've made your indications on the plan.
So if you see, this is where Patterson Lane wraps around the site. At this point here, you can see it's the new darker pavement. That's where we're going to be making some modifications. So at this point here, at that point of the connection there, there's going to be another chain and bollard, which is going to prevent residents or anyone accessing these roads from being able to access Patterson Lane to get down to the bypass. It's right there so the cars don't get stuck, they don't turn in. And if you see this point here, you're correct. Patterson Lane is going to be this continued as a driveway.
I see where it's going now. So.
Do you want a mic?
Yes, please. Sure. So for that one I'm Richard Arceri. I live on 1113 Surrey Lane.
Thank you.
I just moved there about 3 years ago. The reason why I moved there was because of this nice dead-end road that my 5-year-old, then 2.5-year-old could grow up and play and be safe with my other neighbor who his son is 4 years old, and the other gentleman that came up that has an 11-year-old son. I have 4 houses that I have to deal with cars passing down my street. Now I have to deal with another 48. I totally understand with the Right Trust. It's your private land. You guys should be able to do with what you guys want with it, but my concern is all that traffic going through. I think there should be a little bit more fight to try to get PennDOT to approve that, and or make the entrance through Patterson Road. Close this off, move this house to right here, and have that the entrance to go into your guys' development. Because is your guys' development Bridal Estates, or is it named something totally different by DeLuca? Because I understand everybody's point of view as they're the private owner. You guys are taking the chance of doing an investment and trying to make a profit off of your investment. I understand all of that, but it shouldn't be the expense of other people and the reasons why they bought their homes. Like, I feel like we have no say in it, and I think there should be a harder fight to have the entrance through 232 and not go through Surrey Lane. I think that's totally acceptable. And now, does that resident know that they no longer enter through here, that they have to go through our development? Did somebody go to them and tell them that? They are aware of that, and they're totally fine with that. They have no, or they just really don't have any say to that.
Justin.
And I do want to point out too that I've been on Patterson Road. I've been on it with my electric dirt bike. There is not enough sound barrier for those houses there. So for them to come out and just automatically come out and inspect, there's enough land there and debris there that will block the noise. There is not. So they are going to have to build those there. So I want the transparency to be clear with the residents here that you're thinking it's just this easy thing and all of that, but it's not. And I really do not want you guys connecting into Surrey Lane. I 100% want them to be able to sell their land. I want them to be able to build their development, but I do not want them to connect through Surrey Lane. There has to be a way that they can do this without disturbing our community, because that's what they're doing. They are coming into our community and disrupting it. All the people that are on bridal estates, they only have to worry about either 10 to 15 cars of the kids playing. They play baseball on the streets. They move their nets. We know those kids. We know that now they have to worry about over 100 cars coming through that way, because they're all going to go onto the left side of Bridal's estates. They're not going to go around that way. And that's the side that has most kids. There are so many family homes out there that have dogs that walk their dogs in this community. Now we have to worry about over 100 cars in our community so that this can happen. I think that they should be able to do this without coming into our development. I'm sorry for getting so heated. It's just, the reason why I moved into this neighborhood and that street was because of the dead end. I understand capitalism, people gotta make their money, people wanna retire, I understand that, but not at the expense of other people that spend their hard-earned money to live in a place like that and for it to just get ruined. This road here, Just on this example, this will make Bridal Estates Drive, these two long straight driveways will be the longest straight roads in our development. Now, with no houses here and or here, cars are going to be speeding through. Yeah, you guys are talking about putting an island here. That will slow down people going into the island. But whenever people come out of those islands, what do? They speed up. Because now all these people are thinking about, well, I got to slow down. Now I got to get through this development to get out, to get back to the highway. That's what they're going to think of going through our development, because they are not part of our development. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. We do have some commenters waiting online as well on the Zoom, I believe. Thank you. George, if you would just go ahead, state your name and where you live in the township.
Hey, my name is George Rossnick. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. My wife and I are residents at 1264 Bridal Estates Drive, and thank you again for your time. I'm sorry we couldn't be there tonight in person, but to build on kind of the last speaker's comments, we are concerned significantly about the increase in traffic around the 47 homes. I know it's been discussed before, but my question is, what steps can you take to mitigate that traffic, right? Because Bridal Estates, as this previous speaker said, it's a fairly straight shot, right, to Surrey Lane and into this future development. And I've heard about the roundabout, and that's impacting that new development, but there's nothing being spoken about what you can do, either mitigate it altogether, as that previous speaker said, right, which is go out to 332 only, or mitigate it through other means through Bridal Estates, whether it's speed limit signs, signs with lighted speed travel, speed bumps, police with speed traps. Haven't really heard any discussions or studies around that. And so what I would really encourage you to do is, this new development is going to cause this problem, right? Unless you go out just to 332. So what are you going to do to mitigate this? And I would really appreciate some kind of thoughtful evaluation and a proposal to mitigate that safety aspect that you're hearing about from not just me, but multiple other residents that are articulating this. And it really is negatively impacting these homes. And I just think there should be a thoughtful proposal about it.
Thank you. Maureen, it's been a while. I forget, did I originally make the motion on this? Did Tony make the motion? Did TJ? Who made the motion on this?
I made it, he seconded it. It's been done.
Tony made the motion. Tony, would you be amenable to amending the motion that we also request that the Board of Supervisors, work with the town's traffic engineer to look at a study on Bridal Estates Drive for current speeds, et cetera, to see if there are speed shaping or limiting actions that are appropriate for that street?
I would, of course, and I guess the other piece to that is, I know, Ed, you mentioned that PennDOT gave you a hard no. Was the township a participant in those discussions? It was. So there's no point in having the township bang its head against the wall. Okay.
Tony, I don't know if a renewed effort might be more successful, but we thought we brought a lot of political force to bear in an effort to convince PennDOT to think differently about it, but they chose not to. But there's always...
Ed,
talking to the mic.
Look, I appreciate your time, and I think I misheard, right? Initially, it sounded almost like PennDOT maybe encouraged you to consider this other way, and then unfortunately flipped, right? And it must be frustrating. But I would say that, that is something that I think we would strongly appreciate, is just an exit to 332, as the previous resident said, and not connect into Surrey Lane. So we would definitely be willing to participate in that discussion and help out with that.
And I could just speak just for a second related to PennDOT's letter. Ed has represented, it's very strongly worded. Having reviewed the letter, PennDOT made it incredibly clear that they've spent a lot of money on that existing intersection near the Wegmans. And given the amount they've invested, they have zero interest whatsoever in reopening the traffic pattern there. we can certainly recommend that the town's traffic engineer ask him to double check. But to Ed's point, they were adamant in their resistance. They had in fact recommended that the neighborhood go west through other existing farmland, which we can't even possibly do, to connect to Lindenhurst. So Tony, are you amenable to just making that amendment that I know it's not in conjunction with this presented plan, but it sounds necessary.
Yes. It's been a while. I've now forgotten what the original motion was, just because it's been so long. Maybe Maureen can help me out here.
It was the tree buffer coupled with Patterson.
That's correct.
In fact, I think then, Colin, you mentioned a motion also with reference to maintaining existing Patterson Farm for farm equipment.
Right, so the motion was that the Planning Commission send a letter to the Board of Supervisors recommending that a preference be given to planting trees as the buffer between the proposed new development and Route 332 instead of a preference toward farmed land. And that the Board of Supervisors maintain that recommendation that Patterson Lane be maintained to farmland preservation, so they have access to the existing land that they do farm. And we would be amending that motion to recommend that the township perform a traffic study on Bridal Estates Drive to study the speed and traffic patterns to see if there's something that can be done there to increase the safety of that street.
Or you, alternatively, perhaps, and I don't know if you can hear me in this microphone, so I'll jump to this one. Would the applicant be willing to do a traffic study there to determine?
I think Justin said earlier this evening that the most recent revised amendment to the study included an analysis of the impact of this project on the internal streets of Bridal Estates. But
There was a traffic impact assessment submitted, and the counts were done, just so everyone's aware. The counts were actually done January 29th and Saturday, February 1st. And submitted.
I understand.
Yeah, and it did do a full analysis of the impact of this neighborhood on the adjacent road network. So I think your motion is to just look at additional opportunities for.
I'm saying it sounds like from
Traffic calming.
Right, from resident concerns that there may already be existing speed concerns on Bridal Estates Drive, not related to your impact study of the number of trips.
then I would encourage you to reach out to Mr. Fiacco and have him make those recommendations if he thinks they're appropriate.
Well, and
Township traffic consultant.
Is the traffic engineer on the line?
It was earlier.
He was earlier. I don't know if he still is.
In a long one.
But if I'm wrong, didn't your safety study share that
There he is.
it was an insignificant amount of additional traffic that I think the residents
And if I read, again.
disputed that?
No, I mean, we look at things differently. So when we do an analysis, you have a traffic.
We have
engineer.
children on the street, so of course you look at it differently.
And again, I have 4 children as well, too. So, I mean, when you look at traffic counts, and they do an analysis based on ITE counts, and they look at the impact of a neighborhood of 47 homes on the adjacent roadway network, they apply, you mentioned of ITE counts and everything else, they apply the same calculation that they would on a full traffic study that they did for the Wegmans job. And what they determined was the impact of the 47 homes on the adjacent roadway network would have an insignificant, which means it would not adversely impact the level of service. Now, again, that's what the analysis we were asked to do in accordance with the township's ordinance.
And as a father, I'm sure you would come to a different conclusion.
And we
Actually,
do have
Colin,
our traffic
the residents would love, we support your motion to do an additional safety study for the traffic thing. We
Thank you.
appreciate that.
We do have the town's engineer available. Dan, did you want to say something?
Really quick, when you were doing your traffic study in this, you're focused on counts, right? Did you do any speed studies or anything like that? Because the speed studies coupled with the counts, and I'm sure Mr. Fiacco can wax poetic about this, are what really drive additional traffic calming, safety measures, et cetera. So it's not just the numbers, it's not just the number of vehicles, it's how fast they're going on the streets that are there. So we can, I'll hand it off to you, Mr. Fiacca, to talk about that a little bit.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, the traditional traffic studies evaluate volume and delays. So how long does it take you to get through an intersection, or how long does it take you to get from point A to point B? The residents are obviously concerned about the safety on the roads. I have a lot of respect for Justin, but I want to correct one thing he said. He mentioned the roundabouts. They looked at the volumes and they're so low that it didn't meet a warrant. Roundabouts are not like traffic signals. You can't have too much. You can have too much traffic going into a roundabout or a mini roundabout, but you can't have too little traffic going into a mini roundabout. So when they talked about that boulevard, I respect that. That may reduce traffic to some degree, but from an engineering standpoint, the roundabout will reduce traffic passing through the intersection. So we had recommended the mini roundabout at that first intersection in development. I think that'll go a long way as far as people leaving and coming into the development. The existing roads that are within the existing development have their own concerns. So the developer can't come in and fix problems that are there. If the roads, the way they're designed, are encouraging higher speeds than would be desired for a residential road, then it would make sense to take a look at it for potential traffic calming. But again, that would really be on the township and not on the developer for those particular concerns. Relative to the request to access 332, I mean, PennDOT, think about 332, there's more traffic on 332 than there is on I-295. So to have a driveway with direct access to 332 is not desirable from the state standpoint or from the township standpoint. We're not going to justify our own traffic signal for 47 homes, and adding a fourth leg to the existing traffic signal there at Stony Hill is just going to degrade it for all the traffic that's using it, and all the improvements that were just recently done with the PennDOT grants that were awarded to the township with those improvements that were utilized with funds from the Prickett Preserve project. So I hopefully I answer your question, but any more, I'll be happy to follow up.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I would say, I understand we're not asking the applicant to pay for the speed study on Bridal Estates Drive. It just seems to be a recurring concern that's been addressed, that there may be speed issues on the road altogether. Although, Mr. DeLuca, you are more than welcome to offer to pay for the speed study. I just think it's an appropriate action based on what we've heard here tonight. If you agree, Mr. Bush, it's your motion.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll amend the motion again.
Perfect. I second the amendment.
There we go.
I'll second it again.
Perfect. Okay. I think we have another.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Mr. DeLuca agreed to pay for the speed study.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So my name is Alice Perry. People know me as Lisa, 1221 Bridal Estates Drive. And I just want to leave you with this image. I was on Quarry and made a left onto Jacob Drive and a right. And 3 houses in was a little boy, about 5 years old, whose wiffle ball had rolled out into the street. His parents had obviously taught him
Microphone,
well.
please. Microphone.
His parents had obviously taught him well, and he just stood there at the end of his driveway and did not move. But he had that Macaulay Culkin look in his eye, looking at his little ball. Right behind me, maybe a car length and a half, was another car. I don't usually get cars coming right on top of me. I couldn't really stop. I slowed down, and boy wasn't moving, and I drove around the ball, and then the other car went around me. If there are more cars coming in, we'll have more of those types of situations. And we may not have little boys or girls who've been trained quite as well. So I ask you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. So to clarify, Mr. DeLuca had offered to pay for the speed study. So I think we can remove that from our motion. That'll be a separate matter that you folks are just going to do and provide that information to the township of your own volition. then the town can work that as they like, correct?
I assumed you wanted your consultant to do it so as not to
Okay,
be
perfect.
an issue
That
of
works for me.
bias if
That-
we were to do
Just
it.
getting the clarification. Thank you.
Hello, Glenn Firestone, live at 1268 Bridal Estates Drive. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to talk. So I live on the main straightaway that everybody's been talking about on Bridal Estates, right? And the traffic does tend to be faster there. But with all this new traffic coming in, as everybody said, that traffic is going to go up quite a bit. Adding a turnstile or an area where there's a roundabout on Surrey does nothing to impact that other road, because everybody comes to a stop there at the end of Surrey, they make a left, and everybody's going to go on that one stretch of Bridal Estate, and that's a long stretch, and you do have cars that then are going to be going fast, but you're also increasing the traffic tremendously. You've heard a lot about the change in value to the neighborhood, the concern about the kids and the safety and everything else, and just want to reinforce that. But also, what is the solution, right? So originally, there wasn't going to be a connection to Surrey, or there'd be a connection out to 332. That's changed. The number of houses in the development, as we've heard, is no longer 32. It's now 47. So the number of houses has gone up as well. So you're seeing this increase in traffic of 130%. What is the solution for the neighbors that are there and the residents, right? And I'm not hearing any great solutions right now. I'm just hearing a lot of back and forth. Let's do a traffic study. Let's look at other things. Let's have this circled on Surrey, but that doesn't change the fundamental dynamic, right? And so what's the root cause? We've got no entrance to 332. It's now all going into Surrey and Bridal Estates, and we've increased the number of houses. So what are two solutions? Cut down the number of houses, right? Reduce the traffic. If you can't open it up 332, let's make a motion to reduce the number of houses that are going in. Or revisit the traffic study. What is PennDOT's reason? Let's hear it. Because there's a lot of technology that could be used today, right? You could put technology in where every time a car pulls up there, it signals, and then you open up the light for it. So it doesn't disturb all the new traffic patterns that are going on that PennDOT has gone through, right? It doesn't have to be every single time that light changes that you have to open a light for the traffic going in and out of that development. For the traffic that's going into the development, you don't need the light. They could turn in, there could be another passage. I recognize PennDOT just did a lot of work, right? But right now, our neighborhood's being impacted. Why can't the cost of whatever has to be done there be divided between the homeowner and the builder, right? They could help fund some of that, right? Everybody's going to be profiting, but the neighbors are all not profiting. We're taking a loss on this. So there needs to be a look at what are the solutions. I'd love to hear PennDOT come and explain why they can't do it. What options have they pursued? Why can't there be use of technology where they're looking at the traffic when it actually pulls up, right? You could have sensors there so that it only works in those times. And as you know, it's going to have a minimal disruption then on traffic if that's the way they're looking at it. But to me, it's reduce the number of houses going in or open up the traffic out to 332. In terms of the prevention measures of not allowing utility trucks and cars into the utility trucks and workers into the neighborhood during the construction period, that's great. We get a benefit during that period. But as we all know, once the houses are done, that's not the only construction. People are building out their basements. They're having their landscaping done. They're having electricians and painters and everybody else coming through that just drives that traffic up. The second the initial construction is done, we know there's another wave. And so there's not really a solution. This is going to be probably for the next 6 years, and then after that, you'll still have the ongoing traffic. So I think there needs to be a focus on what are the 2 solutions or 3 solutions that could be brought forward, and not just talking about small things that could potentially have a small impact, like putting a roundabout in or another speed bump. Thank you for hearing it out.
Thank you. Just to speak to the applicants for a moment, as we have a couple other public comments, we are not going to get through the 199 points of the review letter tonight. So I think once we're done hearing the public comment, unless there's objection, And especially since you've said most of these will complies, I think we would have a strong preference to table the larger matter until we have a chance for you folks to comment on the review letter, reduce the amount of items to review, and bring that smaller set back before the commission. Unless you want to stay here until 3 in the morning.
No, our extension runs till mid-June, so as long as we can accomplish that well within that time frame, we're fine.
Okay, thank you. Sir?
My name is John Backus, 1236 Bridal Estates, original homeowner, so 25 years. One thing I haven't heard was, where's Creamery Road on the map? We go 332.
Creamery Road is across 295, across Torbert Farm. It's all the way over across
and then
several different properties.
Yeah, so, but Creamery Road goes up, then there's another road that goes left, which comes into the back.
Quarry Road?
No. Before you get to Quarry, there's a development back there that comes into the back of, I think runs parallel with Patterson.
That's on the other side of 295. That's adjacent to the Torbert Farm property.
We spoke about earlier the trucks not going on Surrey Lane, to go into the development, the Bridal Estates as well. You said you would have cameras. You said there'd be fines. I just want to make sure that the fines are significant enough to make an impact that the trucks won't be going on those roads. And a $100 fine to the developer is nothing, so they should be significant enough in case someone does make a mistake that they will ensure they don't make it again. We don't want the trucks on there. The other thing, Bridal Estates, the road itself is having its cracks from age, being 25 years old, and as I looked, and I think this was a couple of years ago, when it's expected to be repaved, it's not for another 15 or 20 years. The increase in traffic coming from the new development, we need to accelerate that to have the road paved at a sooner time. Thank you.
Thank you.
One other comment. I think it's incumbent that you give us some direction. I don't want to come back here 2 or 3 months from now and have the same conversation about, well, we're not sure what we want to do about farming versus open space. I think you really need to coordinate your own thoughts and comments and get back to us meaningfully with a response so that...
And that's the motion in front of us. That's our goal, is to provide that preference to the board, but ultimately it's, the board of
I just don't want it
supervisors.
to languish, and then we're waiting out here doing whatever we do. And
Adrian?
I've been thinking about this over the last minutes. I think, honestly, I'm not sure what the right mechanics are with the farmland preservation, but I understand, like, the shade and, if you're south-facing and north-facing and all that. But, like, at least the buffer with the road, that's all on the north side of the property. There is not going to be a shadow cast on farmland by any trees or buffer you put on the south side of the houses. So get 5 feet of stuff planted, and you still have your farmland, and there won't be 1 ounce of shadow that'll hit any crops. It's just where the sun is located in the sky. So, I think, like, to their point, there are things, conversations we need to have as a township entity to say, all right, we got competing priorities here. We can be smart about some of them and, like, not really compromise anything anyone's trying to do. And the reason I brought that up is maybe there's a way to put some buffer there and still have the farmland. At least it doesn't address the neighborhood issues, but it addresses part of what we have to decide here. Am I making any sense?
You make a lot of sense, and I think we're all in general agreement. And when it's time for a vote, I think we'll be clear on that. But yeah, I mean, I think it's incumbent upon the Board of Supervisors to be that coordinating voice among the differing opinions of the various commissions that are overlapping here.
All I would ask is that there be some liaison between the administration and us so that we get feedback on these questions that we can then incorporate into any revised plans that we submit. So.
Yeah. I might be wandering a bit here, but from my perspective, if you come before us again, and we've given a month to everyone to have an internal conversation, we haven't had an internal conversation, I don't think it's appropriate for us to make that a matter for a next review, right? I mean, we're going to be reviewing the engineer's recommendations, the traffic study recommendations, right? I mean...
Yeah, my expectation
yeah.
when we come back is the plan's going to be in a form ready for you to make a recommendation one way or the other and move it up to the Board of Supervisors, so...
Formally, and you know this as well or better than I do, when it comes to a formal approval or formal guidance relative to this particular issue, farming versus plantings or some combination thereof or something else, that doesn't come formally until the board has a formal vote on the plan. That being said, we can try to, I understand what you're trying to get at, but we can speak to our groups, our advisory committees, our staff, et cetera. I can try to get a feel.
Or the manager, it doesn't matter, or
Yeah.
Jim or someone can report back to us about what,
yeah,
what we're doing.
Ed, that's not an unreasonable request. There may be other things that you've said that are unreasonable. Not tonight. Not tonight. Come on, have a sense of humor. So,
it's sweater weather.
Anyway, it's not an unreasonable request, and we've had other people come back here when we're not at the point where they should be when they're coming back, and we don't want to waste anybody's time, and everybody should be on the same page about that. So that's the gist of the motion, is to say, supervisors, here's what we think you should do, make a call.
Yeah. And you know how we have one EAC meeting a month, we have one farmland meeting a month. We can try to get those folks talking, or the board can say this is what we're going to do and move forward that way.
It shouldn't be that hard to get them in a room and say, guys, what are we doing here, right?
We could easily arrange a discussion with them.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Is there any further public comment?
See you soon.
Oh, we got one more.
I promise to be brief. Thank you very much for your time this evening, and thank you to all of my neighbors for their comments. My name is Mike Lederer. I live at 1225 Bridal Estates. I'm right around the bend as you would make the right onto Surrey Lane. Echoing what my neighbor Lisa said, and something that just hit me, I have a son. He turned 4 years old last week, and for his birthday, I bought him his first bicycle. And as I think about the traffic pattern, as I think about the speed of drivers going down Bridal Estates into Surrey Lane and into the new development with 47 additional houses, as my 4-year-old goes down the driveway, my message to him will be, don't go left. Because my trust in the increase in traffic, the increase in cars, and the increase of speed, I want to trust my 4-year-old. I want to trust him when he's 5. I want to trust him when he's 7. I want to trust him when he's 10. But I want him to be safe. And at the end of the day, that's why I'm here. It's for the safety of my son, it's for the safety of my family, and it's for the safety of my neighbors. So I ask you to seriously just consider everything from the public comments tonight, and I thank you once again, everybody, for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so the matter before us is, again, so to recommend to the Board of Supervisors that preference be given to planting of trees along the southern buffer of this development over farmland, and that the existing Patterson Lane be maintained to provide access to the farmland preservation, to gain access to the land they're farming north of the development, so they can continue to farm that without trespassing on the private property of the homeowners in the existing Bridal Estates or this new property, as well as to recommend...
I would like to know, obviously there was the intersection that you guys presented to PennDOT and they're saying no. Was there ever a proposed plan of using Patterson Road for this development, for the in and out of this development alone? I know you guys keep talking about using it for farmland and farm vehicles. Why not use this for the people of this development? They'll be able to take the exit, come into their development. If they want to get onto it, they may have a little bit more trouble time. That could be a different discussion to where we have one lane coming out with a light just to turn left so that they can go in. Nobody can come off of 22 going, east and take a left into the development. There's only that one way in. Has there been any plan or discussion about that?
So there's been quite a lot of discussion over the months about all the various options to get traffic into and out of this development. And for a number of reasons, and I can let Mr. Majewski or Mr. Fiocca address them. I do want to say, I understand how important this is to everyone, right? We've been here very long tonight because we know how important it is. We want you to be heard, right? At the same time, we want you to give us a little bit of trust because we've been through this in a number of meetings. This isn't the first meeting where the applicant's been before us where we've talked about this. I think the general consensus related to using Patterson Lane is related to the safety of cars pulling off of 332 into Patterson Lane to enter a neighborhood and slowing, coming into conflict with cars coming off of 295.
I mean, I don't think
Sir,
that should be
sir,
as much
sir, please. That is not my area of expertise, however. So I'm happy to let the town's traffic engineer, if he's still on the call, speak to that. But I will say, all of these letters, they're all available on the public record. They're all on the town's website, and you will have another opportunity to come back before us when the applicant comes again. So we can have the conversation now. What I would ask for you to do is to take the opportunity to read those letters. You can email Mr. Majewski, and he can help you find them after the fact. Take the time, look them over, read them. You will have an opportunity to come again and speak before them here in the Planning Commission. You'll have an opportunity to speak before the Board of Supervisors. And ultimately, a lot of your concerns can be better addressed at that level than ours.
Okay. And then one more question is that if all else fails and you guys do have to go through Surrey Lane and you guys talk about these construction vehicles or anybody coming through Bridal Estates and or Surrey Lane, you guys say you're going to post somebody there every single day to watch. You guys going to put somebody on payroll to watch that street every single day. And then on top of that, if those trucks do come in there and they do have to pay a fee, how much is that fee? And exactly who is that fee going to? Is that going to any of the citizens that live on those streets that are impacted by that? Or no, is it not going to go to them?
So how that access is monitored, that's between the applicant and the township staff. The level of any fine that's assessed, that, again, is a matter for the applicant to discuss with township staff or the Board of Supervisors. There's a number of ways.
So then the township just gets that fee. And it has nothing to do with the residents on those streets and how it affects them, right?
I'm not being intentionally vague. It is.
I mean, I think it's
all
a
of
general question, question that somebody should be able to ask. You guys are bringing up fees for these people to pay if they break the rules, but then yet, who does that benefit? That doesn't benefit us.
Excuse me, if I may. A fine is meant to try to deter or encourage behavior. And if you're a truck driver, I'm the mason on the job.
Concrete, yep.
I'm getting paid a couple $1,000s. Well, if I get hit with a $150 fine, I'm going to think twice about doing it again and getting another $150 fine. And that is meant to encourage them to not get that fine.
Okay, so this is just trying to discourage them from coming down our lane. That's all. Yeah. That's all it is.
Exactly. Okay. And at the beginning of construction, they won't be coming that way at all because it'll be blocked off. They physically won't be able to get through. And quite frankly, if I'm...
You say that now, but we all have GPS. You type in GPS, there's, you know what I mean? There's that one Patterson Road. I'm sure they'll be able to get there. But then if they're coming down, let's say 332 going east, they're not going to be able to turn left. They're going to turn onto Creamery. Then they're going to go all the way around. They're going to be going in circles and then maybe coming through our development.
So the applicant has committed to placing signage at the entrance to your existing development, stating that no construction traffic is allowed. They've made the commitment that until the model home is complete, they will physically block the connection on Surrey.
Let's just be 100% real. Signage don't work. All that construction that's happening on Lindenhurst right now is a mess. The way these guys put these blockages to block the roads aren't clear. They're unattended. It's ridiculous.
So I understand.
And that's a whole separate issue. But I'm just saying, like, right now they don't follow the rules as it is.
So I get how passionate you are about the issue, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I think we're doing everything we can, and your comments have been recorded for the record. We've made recommendations that the entrance be monitored. We've made recommendations that fines be put in place. As a planning commission, there's nothing more that we can do other than make these recommendations and make sure that you've been heard, and I think we've done that.
I think the main thing, there's people that don't want this development. There's some people
I
that
understand.
say, hey, you guys, I see you all the time in my backyard.
Hey guys, hey, excuse me, thank you.
Like the thing
Thank you,
about it,
sir, thank you.
Is that
please?
No, the final message that I just want to say is that I want them to be able to sell their land. I want these developers to make their business, make an investment, and make money on it. I just don't want us to be burdened by it. Like I said, there's some people that don't want this to happen. There's some people that says, I don't care that this happens. But let's try to keep bridal estates totally out of it. That's all I really want. The main message, and for them to see, like, let's try to make a different way. Let's try make us happy. Let's make them happy. Let's make the community happy. Why can't everybody be happy? But you know what I mean?
I appreciate
that's all
it.
I'm gonna say.
Thank you.
In the interest of brevity, I'm representing the close to 100 homeowners who signed on to this.
Yep.
What are our next steps here? What should we update the people who have not been able to?
Sure. So the next step is for us to be able to get through this motion so we can make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay.
Right? That will lead to, we've also asked the applicant to allow us to place this application on hold for the consideration of this committee so that they have a chance to respond to the review letters from the town's engineer, to pare down that letter to mark what they will comply with no contest. They will come back before us one more time with this application. At least they're hopeful it's one more time. I assume they'll be coming back for preliminary and final approval. Assuming that is the last time they come before us, they will go before the Board of Supervisors for the Board of Supervisors approval of the plans. So there are, at a minimum, 2 other opportunities for any public comment related to the development.
Thank you. So we won't be actually voting on the approval or non-approval of this, and we will be able to get updates from Jim and Dan.
We are not voting on the approval of the plans tonight.
Okay.
We've already agreed to table that matter until the letter can be pared down.
Thank you kindly.
If I could please.
I just have one last question, just on behalf of us. It sounds like you were having a motion about the tree line, et cetera. I think what we still are unclear on, dear Planning Committee, on behalf of the neighbors that you support, are you going to consider and ask the DeLucas to change their number of houses to less than 47?
So we have asked the applicant at multiple points in this process to reduce the number of homes. They are not required to under the ordinances, right? They're building the number of houses they are permitted to under the law. We have asked multiple times. We will ask them again. I'll ask them right here, please build less houses. The board is going to ask them. I'm telling you, everyone is asking them to. We are limited by the law. The law says with this much land, you're allowed to build this many houses. Any changes from that would have to be voluntary on the part of the developer. And there's no action we can take to deter them from that, right? Other than to say, please consider it. Please consider saving these beautiful mature trees as a grand feature of this development, and maybe you decide to build a few less homes to preserve that.
This is so much more than trees. You heard about children and safety and preserving the quintessential just beauty of Yardley. So you're actually saying the planning committee, based on everything you heard, the whole neighborhood doesn't, maybe we would be okay if it was smaller. The planning committee can't influence that?
We have asked at every opportunity they've been in front of us for them to consider building less homes multiple times. We are limited by what the law allows us to do. And what the law asks us to do as the Planning Commission is to look at the application and determine whether or not it complies with the town's ordinances. That's all that we can really do. Everything else that we're doing, I know it seems small, but it's negotiations with the applicant in the hopes that the process goes a little bit more smoothly. They'll agree to do this or that. The only body that has any ability to really put a stop to any development would be the Board of Supervisors themselves. And even then, the law constrains them. So we cannot do anything to make them build less homes, right? That argument would have to be held before the Board of Supervisors.
Got it. So, DeLucas, would you consider, based on everything you've heard, you're in our communities?
The answer is no. We're complying with the ordinance. We're building the amount of units that we're entitled to. We're asking for approval for 47.
So,
But you were at 32, and then something changed.
If Mr. DeLuca is going to speak, we need him to speak into a microphone.
We don't need Vince to speak. The answer is no.
Thank you.
Our expectation is when we come back with a revised plan, it's going to show 47 homes, just like it does now. Right. I don't know where this idea that there was 32, there never was. There was always this number of homes, and it will be that number of homes because we intend to have a variance-free plan. We want to comply with the ordinance and have 47 homes. That's the intention. And I can't say it more clearly.
I understand. So that being said, the end of the motion before us, just to refresh you, I'm not trying to be flippant. It is 11:16. I'm tired. I apologize. The motion before us is to recommend via a letter sent to the Board of Supervisors that rather than dedicating the land to the south of the new development solely to farmland preservation, that a tree buffer be placed in that land. Further, that the existing Patterson Lane be maintained so that farmland preservation has access to reach the farmland to the north of the proposed development without having to go on these private roads or transit private property. Additionally, we are asking that the town's traffic engineer perform a speed study on Bridal Estates Drive in order to assuage any concerns the residents have raised regarding speeding through the neighborhood. Mr. DeLuca has offered to reimburse the town for that speed study. That being said, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the motion indicate by raising your hand and saying aye. Aye. With 4 ayes, no nays, and Mrs. Torbert recusing herself from the vote, then the motion has passed unanimously. Thank you very much. And thank you to all the residents for the time and attention tonight. We have now, we are ready to move on to item number 6 on the agenda, the Nesset-Hassifer Informal Sketch Plan.
Give everyone a minute, I think.
Yeah, we're going to give everyone a moment to clear the room. Okay, folks, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we will reconvene at 11:24 p.m. Eastern Time.
Oh, excuse me.
Thank you very much for everyone's patience and for giving us a couple of minutes to stretch our legs. The next item on the list is the Knesset Hassifer informal sketch plan. Jim, do you want to tee this up real quick, and then the applicants can introduce themselves?
Certainly. The applicant or the property owner for the Knesset Hassifer. Okay, good. Got that right. Has submitted an informal sketch plan for review by the Planning Commission to get some input before they go into any more hard engineering. The property is located at 1237 Edgewood Road. It's basically the small synagogue in the house right at the roundabout opposite Schuyler. So I'll let the applicant take it away from here.
Thank you. Good evening, Mike McGinnis from Begley Carlin here tonight on behalf of the applicant, Knesset Hassifer. I have with me Rabbi Bletcher to my right and Matt Landreau from Bowler to my left. As Mr. Majewski indicated, my client is the owner of the subject property located at 1237 Edgewood Road. This is not what I would consider a typical sketch application or presentation. In that instance, we would have a review letter that we would be here to discuss. We go through the different items and we'd move forward with the land development. This project has been the subject of some staff meetings, and at the conclusion of the most recent staff meeting, we thought it would be beneficial, really moving forward before we submitted to zoning, to come to the Planning Commission, understanding that any recommendations are not dispositive as it relates to the zoning hearing board, but to take the feedback from Planning Commission members and then finalize our application and move to the zoning hearing board. If we were fortunate enough to receive the variances that we think we're going to need at the end of the day, we would rather have the design criteria and sort of our view for this project vetted now so that we didn't have to potentially go back to the zoning hearing board at a later date if there was a concern raised by the Planning Commission then. So just to provide a little bit of background about the site, it is zoned in the R2 district. As you can see on the site plan, it is a very odd lot. The gross acreage is just over 5 acres. There are a number of environmental features to the rear of the site. We are not disturbing, as you can see, any of the environmental features with this application. We are proposing the construction of a new synagogue, which will be approximately 14,000 square feet. This is really the only site, for reasons that the rabbi will detail in a moment, where something like this is viable. About 25% of the members of the synagogue are Orthodox who walk to the site. There are a number, as I think the Planning Commission is familiar with this property, of pedestrian improvements off-site, which make this really an ideal location for an expansion here. The initial iteration of the design, which we don't have, actually had flipped the parking improvements. We've retained TPD as our traffic consultant, working with Matt Hammond, doing a little more front-end investment than we typically would because we wanted to get this correct at the beginning. We know that traffic, parking, and circulation are always important for any religious institution and proposed use. And as a result of those conversations and with Matt and the Bowlers team input here, we flipped the orientation because we thought we could make better use of the roundabout as it's located with the proposed parking facilities. We have to be in close proximity to a number of the residential communities for which the members of the congregation currently reside in to access the site. So looking at other properties, in addition to some of the zoning constraints, are really a non-starter here, because those members who are currently attending the synagogue would still need to be able to walk to the facility. So again, we looked at this and wanted to make the best of the situation with this property. The average Saturday services are around 50 people, including men, women, and children, maximized at around 75 people on a typical Saturday. We have 61 spaces that we're proposing on site, so we think we have plenty of parking. But again, I think what I would like to do is have Matt go through just, again, high-level conversation regarding why we have the site designed the way it is, why we think it's appropriate for this location, and then I'm going to turn it over to the rabbi to give some additional detail about the synagogue and what he's hoping to accomplish here, and then we'd be happy to open it up to any questions, comments, and thoughts that you had before we move forward. So, again, appreciate your time this evening.
Thanks, Mike. Good evening, everybody. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. So yeah, Mike hit on a lot of the key components with this, which is really making the best use of this piece of land, being that it is the best piece of land for the community that the synagogue already serves. So with that in mind, we are kind of stuck with some of these constrained factors on lot dimension and some of the existing setbacks that are instituted in the R2 zone. You might be able to see some of the lines. I know it's a little zoomed in, but there's about a 10-foot wide stretch of land in the middle of the building, which is the developable area that's permitted within the R2 zone. So there really is no ability for us to put anything of compliance within that envelope. So working with that, we already know we're up against some zoning restrictions. And again, that's something we're going to handle with the zoning hearing board when the time comes. But that's kind of the common theme of this plan, is that there's just a lot of elements that the code doesn't quite allow for a use such as this, that we are hoping to just repurpose for the best use possible. So,
And just to interject briefly, again, to state what we said at the beginning, we understand that we're not here for necessarily to have you weigh in on the validity of any of the variances that we're going to need to procure. What we're hoping to do is have your thoughts on what the best design is for this site, and then we're going to have to take our chances at the zoning hearing board. So we get that we're not here going, well, what do you think about this side yard setback, and do you think this is advisable? Right. We're legally, from a planning standpoint, that is what we would like to hear.
Yeah. So with that, and also Mike stated the traffic access, which is really only one viable place tying into that existing roundabout that's located along the frontage of Edgewood Road. Coming in, we know the target amount of spaces that we're going to need to operate this facility in its full capacity, which is the 61 spaces. I know the rabbi is very comfortable with that number. The building situated just under 15,000 square feet. That is a proposed two-story building, by the way, so there are a couple levels to that. Some internal space that will be used for more of the congregation and for the services, and then also some extra accessory space, which all of that we may be able to get into, but all of that is comprehensive under the amount of parking spaces we have and can service all of those individual uses. One of the other points I'd like to make about the location of parking, it's convenient that the roundabout is on the left side. Our initial proposal had a driveway a little bit further to the east side of the building, with parking spaces along that eastern property line. One of the benefits of shifting to this layout is we were able to eliminate those parking stalls up against that property line for headlight screening purposes or other, traffic coming in and out of those parking spaces. The neighboring properties just to the east will be lesser affected by the plan that we have here today. So that was another reason for adjusting the way that we did.
Sorry, when you say neighboring properties to the east, you mean the north side of Edgewood Road, so northeast of the property?
Correct.
Yeah, Salem Court. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Plan East, there's the one home, and then actually we procured zoning relief a number of months ago for another single-family house to be constructed, the plan east of that house as well.
Just one or two more things I'd like to note. Going back to the effort that's been put into this up front, we want to make sure we're doing this right, and as a partner to the township and to really all the folks that are going to be utilizing this. So we've already done some geotechnical investigation. We've already performed some engineering design, even though it's not reflected on the plan that was submitted. We've looked at grading, we've looked at stormwater management. All of those things we've kind of vetted at a high level to make sure that this plan is the plan that we want. So just want to make sure that you understand that we're here before you with a vision on how we want to make this work, and hoping to work with you on that. So.
And I'll put just a fine point on that. I think the rabbi contacted our office almost 2 years ago, and this is a site where they're not the contract purchaser. They own the site. They're going to be here. They want to make the best of the property. And some of the initial conversations were unlike one of those scenarios where you have more of a cursory plan that's submitted, even when you go to the zoning hearing board. The suggestion and some of the conversations and the commitment from his community was that we would like to make a serious investment on the front end here to show that this is something that we're committed to delivering the absolute best product for the community. They brought Matt's team on shortly after that. Matt just detailed some of the efforts that they've undertaken, and then they procured the traffic consultant. You know, Matt Hammond's a very, very good traffic consultant, and he's done a lot of investigation already. We're going to have reports that we're providing to the zoning hearing board as part of his testimony as well. So it's been, I guess, probably about a solid year and a half of really looking into this, and we're at the point where we think, hopefully following the Planning Commission, maybe one or two more tweaks and then moving forward. So. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, there's a lot more I could go through, but I think we've said enough for now, and it's getting late, so happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Just to briefly, I'm a local rabbi, resident of Lower Makefield, and we're coming from the perspective that this is a synagogue. It's for the community, right? As a rabbi of our congregation is both at Edgewood, and then we also, if you're familiar with the VFW, Yardley-Newtown Rd, the plan is to merge the two locations into this one location on Edgewood Road in our future. So now we do some prayer services at Edgewood, some prayer services at the VFW location where we rent. Our VFW location is a little bit bigger, so we do some events there, some smaller services we do here. And yeah, so that's why, like Mike and Matt said, the synagogue as a nonprofit, we've invested, financially up front because we're coming from this is community where we want to work together, make sure, like one of the things, the biggest concern I know, from living here and seeing other developments and especially other religious institutions, I know is always traffic, parking. That's like the number one thing on a Saturday, when we have our main prayer services, and that's why we got TPD, because I don't want it for our congregants to be a hassle to get to synagogue, and I don't want our neighbors to be cursing out, the synagogue for the traffic that's causing. So that's why on the front end, okay, let's get the traffic study. Let's get, all right, how much parking, and because 25 to 30%. So if you're familiar, there's, within different levels of observance within Judaism, many observant Jews walk. And so that's why also it's not, unlike other synagogues where are maybe different levels of observance, it's not like we can just pick a 5-acre lot, because, we're limited to the 5-acre lot. Can't just pick a 5-acre lot anywhere in Lower Makefield or outside of Lower Makefield and build our synagogue. That's why here, this location, you've got Yardley Hunt, you've got Yardley Estates, you've got Mill Road Estates, you got many different, which is obviously where currently a lot of our current members, and then please God, potential members would make this location. And like you said, there's already the crosswalk and the sidewalks on Edgewood Road on Schuyler, and that make it, but really it's about community. We're doing this for the community. This is a place where, especially for the, catering to every Jewish household in Lower Makefield, to have a place where they feel welcome, that they can connect and explore their tradition and faith. And so hopefully we can make this happen.
Question, you had mentioned that you had moved the entrance by the traffic circle. Now, we don't have a lot of traffic circles here in Lower Makefield. As you know, we've got two that I know of on Edgewood. And, from an engineering standpoint, I don't know, Jim, does that make sense to have an entrance to a parking lot off a traffic circle?
We actually have Joe Fiacco here at the meeting. Joe, could you weigh in on that?
Yeah, thanks. I saw this for the first time on Friday, but yes, if you're going to have an access at the roundabout, ideally the fourth leg of the roundabout would be the place to put it with this limited frontage you have here on this property. However, I do want to put this out there. The history of this, it's actually a mini roundabout because it's not as big as a traditional roundabout. You can see it's somewhat shifted to the north of the center of the intersection. And that was really out of a matter of cost savings. The mini roundabout that was installed there was a an effort to address the Sandy Run traffic that needed to make lefts in and out of Sandy Run Road. So if, again, you're talking about a lot of people walking to and from the synagogue, if we want to make Edgewood Road better for pedestrians, we really want to shift this roundabout south so that people who are going eastbound on Edgewood Road have more of a deflection. You know, what makes a roundabout so safe is you have to slow down to go into the roundabout. And unfortunately, because of cost savings and we didn't have the right of way, it was shifted to the north in order for the township to be able to pull this off. So, and I know the property to the west is also under consideration right now. So between these two properties, we may be able to make this roundabout much more efficient and balanced as far as speeds going down Edgewood Road, which would really make it much safer for everyone using Edgewood Road and the pedestrian multi-use trails that are existing there.
So you're talking about expanding it and moving it towards the property?
It wouldn't have to be expanded. I mean, expanding is one option. I get if you can ask Bowler to take a look at the options and what's cheaper. But picture traffic going eastbound on Edgewood Road heading towards the township facilities. You would want that traffic to need to deflect to the right and back to the left to stay on Edgewood Road. Right now, it's such a minor deflection. I'm sure speeds are much higher than we'd like to have there on Edgewood.
By moving it south, anyone who's making the maneuver to go towards the township building would actually have to decrease their speed at a larger rate.
Right, correct.
And that would presumably help going in and out of the parking lot.
Correct.
Adrian, I think Jenny had a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Joe, Jenny Torward here. I drive through that mini roundabout frequently, and when I first saw the drawing, I was concerned, and I think I still am, because this township is still a work in progress as far as getting used to roundabouts. There was a tremendous opposition to it. I think people are getting better at it, but if you're coming, say, from the west, from McCaffrey's toward the township building?
Right.
You're just entering into the roundabout. And again, this may only be a Saturday thing, and it may only be a Saturday thing for certain hours, but I'm worried about a lot of rear-end collisions there as somebody, slows down to go into the parking lot. And another concern I had was the railroad tracks aren't that far away. When we get a freight train that delays things for 5-10 minutes, I don't know how much a problem it's been to have backup around that mini roundabout, but my main concern was why they couldn't put the entrance down to the east further. Maybe the applicant could answer that. Why, or was it originally down further toward the township building and you moved it back?
Correct. Yeah, that's where we started, and that was actually before we had Matt Hammond, the traffic engineer, who's not here tonight, and we can certainly get him back involved with the feedback from this evening. But it was his suggestion to get closer to the roundabout based on driveway separation and all of the traffic engineering bases and for access design. So that's something we can continue to explore, and I would just like to make the quick note that what you see on the plan is certainly not like a vetted final version of, of that offset improvement. So that would all have to happen in conjunction with a land development application, of course, but there is a cost element to that, obviously, as well, because those improvements are not cheap. So, but understood, we can look at that.
Yeah, and I think, Joe, if I'm not mistaken, if the roundabout remained in place where it is now, you would be comfortable with a design similar to this, subject to actually reviewing it and finalizing details. Is that correct?
Yes, I think. Oh, Joe, sorry.
I was going to say the roundabout right now, it's not quite at it's almost at the roundabout. And I guess they're trying to do what they can with what they have, I guess. But again, keeping in mind that the property to the west is also under, they've been working on trying to get that developed for a long time.
You're talking about the Harris Farm?
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So hopefully, between these two properties, the constraint that we had, and again, I was actually involved with this roundabout. And again, the primary purpose of the roundabout in this particular case was to facilitate left turns in and out of Sandy Run. But a secondary, benefit is also to slow traffic down on Edgewood Road coming into, the center of the community, where the ball fields are and the library and the pool. So ideally, I would like to, as a traffic engineer, see that roundabout either shifted. I think the easiest thing is shifted or unless you make the roundabout bigger, so that traffic coming from McCafferty's heading towards town actually has to go down to 25 miles per hour. That's what makes a roundabout effective. You're forced to get down to between 20 and 25 miles per hour.
Yeah, Joe, I get that, but I guess my question was, if we cannot get it to be moved by the joint venture of this project and the one next door, would you have an issue with the roundabout roughly in the location it is right now with some minor minor fixes? Or
I think we can work with it to make it, and I'll call it temporary, because again, keep in mind, this was a temporary fix to the sight distance issues at Sandy Run. This was not a permanent roundabout installation. Luckily, it's working. I'm not hearing any complaints from the police department about crashes, but it's not ideal because where they're putting that driveway, the traffic is still going to be much higher than 25, which is not what you want with the roundabout. You want people slowing down.
Okay.
So I'm not saying we have to have it work permanently, but we should have at least a concept that we're working towards, I would think.
Yeah.
All right. Can I think I can just where we are in this, because I feel like we're getting pretty deep. I think I would articulate this is a potential opportunity with this project to work with the township to maybe help fix a problem that the township sees with the current design of the traffic circle. And, maybe within the whole negotiation and the whole work with this project, maybe there's a way to help make that happen, to maybe offset some of the other things that I think you alluded to, I'm assuming.
Right.
But there are some requests, some asks that you're going to have of the township based on like variances and things like that.
Yeah, and if the Harris property, I don't know who is handling that, but obviously if the township has information as to them being represented or any consultants, and that can be provided, we certainly would be willing to have a conversation with them as well, because obviously, as Matt pointed out, there's costs associated. We'd have to do an analysis, but the more people at the table to defray any additional cost, the better for everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, and I can certainly arrange that. I know. And just to give you a little update, I think I'm meeting with the representatives of the Harris Farm sometime soon just to discuss their zoning hearing board application that they'll be submitting. So they are finally moving forward with something on the project after the plans we had and the site walk we had. And I think they're in a position they want to go for the variances.
I was going to say, I'd hate to hold this project, to make this project work with Harris Farm. I mean, Harris Farm's been in development, quote unquote. I think my mother passed away in 1990, I think, since then.
My condolences.
Have they resolved the dump question of subdividing and?
They still have a lot of issues to work out.
there's
And
a
that's
lot.
why I phrased my question to Joe. Absent moving this in a cooperative effort with some modifications to what's shown here, would he be comfortable? I think the answer is, well, we could until such time as we can get something a little bit better.
Yeah, so just
Right.
in the spirit of initial concerns, right?
Right.
I made the drive today on my way here through this traffic circle, coming from the direction of McCaffrey's, right to the Township Building, west to east. I barely had to slow down at all, right, to make it through that circle. And my concern isn't necessarily traffic, cars rear-ending and all those things. It's more, this is a significant expansion of the congregation at this location with a significant, it looks like a predicted expansion of the congregation as a result, and a large number of folks who would be pedestrians, who are crossing an unlighted pedestrian crossing at a spot where traffic is moving very quickly. So that's like my single largest initial concern is just, I worry that there's a real safety issue here for the congregation, right? More so than traffic shaping. And then just super quick, beyond that, impervious surface has been very, very big here the last couple of years, especially with all the flooding that we've dealt with. So, you know, if you were talking about putting 61 parking spaces where there's essentially a driveway today, we would want to understand how that's going to get mitigated, right? Are you contemplating using pervious paving? Are you contemplating gravel paving spots and, you know, minimizing the amount of asphalt, et cetera? So those matters always become important when we're looking at a site review, especially with the building footprint expansion that you're contemplating here as well.
Can I,
Please.
Are you finished?
I am, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. The current house that's there, is that going to be demolished? Okay, so this will be a totally new replacement. How long has that been a synagogue? Long time.
I mean, it's before my times. I'm here like close to 10 years, but I would say mid to late 80s.
That sounds,
Yeah, so yeah,
I was gonna
over
say,
30 years.
It's been there a long time, so I guess my question is, in terms of the use, is there any grandfathering that comes into this? I have no idea. I just know that it's
The
been.
use has been approved previously by the Board of Supervisors. They will have to go to the zoning hearing board, probably to reauthorize the special exception, I think it is.
Yeah, I think that's what we had
Yeah.
discussed.
Because they are expanding what had previously been approved. But they'd previously gotten variances, special exceptions, and authorization to have their property the way it is now. They had done a lot line change to acquire more property from the adjoining neighbor to the east, which will then allow kind of what they're doing here. That was the plan all along. And they will have to go back and reauthorize those approvals and make the justification of how it still works.
I see. And as far as the uses, I know Saturday will be crazy, but the other days of the week, what kind of uses is there going to be some kind of educational component to this? Or
Yes.
people to have celebration? I mean, you know, just generally,
Right.
the other uses.
Yeah, so it's a synagogue with an accessory use for a daycare. We hope to open a daycare for the kids of our community, for our members. Not open to, it's not like a Lighthouse Academy, anyone can come. It's specifically to the members of our synagogue.
I think Jenny was also getting at, do you have other activities? Do you have weddings, ceremonies?
So we do have, let's say, bar mitzvahs occasionally. That takes place as part of the Sabbath services. So that's occasionally as part of the Sabbath service. During the week, there is adult education classes, prayer services. The main prayer service, yes, is Saturday mornings. That's the biggest. During the week, it's much smaller. It's probably 10 to 15, maybe 20 people during the week. And just another point to mention is that the way the scheduling works. So whenever there's prayer services are never when the daycare, and vice versa, and adult education at nighttime. So it's not at any time that the building is going to have prayer services during preschool, Sabbath, there's no preschool, Jewish holidays, the preschool is closed, etc. So it's kind of, yes, there are multiple uses in the building, all connected to the synagogue and being a Jewish community center, but not at all at the same time. So kind of parking and things like that, will never, drop off, pick up, it's not at the same, yeah, you're not going to have that overlap, exactly.
is there a drop-off pickup area in the front? Or is it, everybody have to go in and park to pick up?
Yeah, I can speak to that. There's no designated or designed drop-off area per se. If there was a drop-off, it would just occur kind of adjacent to the handicap stalls.
Would there be concern from the traffic engineer? I mean, given that there's not a turnaround within the lot, right? You'd just be exiting the parking spots. So those spots closest to the circle themselves, if someone's backing out, would conceivably halt traffic coming in, which could back up the circle. Is that something that would get addressed in the traffic engineer's review?
I can speak to that a little bit. I mean, we think the driveway separation, the throat, and the frequency of those stalls getting used, people that are leaving, there's probably no one coming at those times because they're coming for the service or the event that was scheduled at that time. So the likelihood of that happening would be pretty low. Not to say it never would, but we don't expect that to be an issue.
Okay. If it was contemplated as a concern, moving the entrance of the building further to the south would make those more southern traffic or parking stalls more likely to be used than the ones closest to the entrance and exit.
Understood.
Have you evaluated in terms of emergency services, police, fire, rescue, to make sure?
Yeah, we have. We know a fire vehicle can circulate. There's no secondary point of egress, so they can't go through the site. It would kind of be in and then back up. But that's why we also do have kind of that striped area on the far south side of the page near some of the fresh pickup and circulation if needed, but also for some of the turnaround potential for vehicles. If they do find their way all the way down and there's not a space, they can kind of use that to maneuver.
This hasn't gone in front of our fire services directly?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
Where's the trash pickup?
So we're designating a proposed.
And can we scroll down to the southern end on the map? Sorry for the interruption. Keep going, Dan. There's a secondary parking lot.
Yeah, zoom out a little bit.
There you go.
There we go.
Right in there.
Yeah, my mistake. I thought it was more zoomed down. That's my fault. So yeah, there's the striped area I was mentioning, which is kind of at the south end of the parking field, and then a proposed trash enclosure adjacent to that. Some of that is kind of arbitrary at this point until we really dial in the exact location of the parking stalls and the building design and the pedestrian access. So we could potentially look to move the trash enclosure to a more centralized location so it's not quite so far for someone to take out the trash if they needed to. Or if even one is needed, right? I mean, those questions are still being worked on. So the final plan may look slightly different, but generally speaking, trying to maximize the parking as close to the building as possible.
Would the daycare be all internal to the building, or are you looking for playground type outdoor activities?
There will be on like kind of both sides of the proposed patio, like in the back of the building, some outdoor playground facilities, yeah.
If you did contemplate, I know our synagogue, they use the parking lot quite a bit for the kids' activities. They're able to rope it off. If you were contemplating that sort of a use, you would definitely want to relocate the trash service so that you could allow trucks in and out. And I know that on the point that became an issue was that the trash trucks needed space to turn around without needing to use the parking stalls as part of the contemplated space for them to make their turns. So that's just another point of consideration. Anybody else have any preliminary thoughts on the sketch?
I just had one more. Dan, can you scroll back up? We talked about connectivity, but this is just sketch view. What's your thoughts on connecting your sidewalk? Is it going to add sidewalk along the frontage of Edgewood? And are we going to cross, you could say the pork chop, if you will, or are we crossing to get over to the left side of the sheet, in the parking lot area? What's your initial thoughts on pedestrian connectivity to get to your community?
So we have talked a little bit about that with Matt Hammond, the traffic engineer, because it'll all kind of tie together to the offsite improvements and the pedestrian connectivity there. But generally speaking, we would prefer to have the access come into the site and do any internal crossings further away from the street just to minimize the proximity to the road. But, depending on where the focus, or I guess the majority of the congregation is actually walking to and from, we may want to put a sidewalk along the frontage too. So we know that's going to be an important consideration when we get to the land development plan and making sure we have those things factored in. There certainly will be some level of pedestrian connectivity offsite and maybe both directions, but definitely will be a component of the plan.
Right now, the only crossing on Edgewood is on the west side of the roundabout.
I think more than the normal development application, pedestrian safety and off-site improvements to facilitate that is going to be of paramount importance as we enter the land development phase in coordination with Pat and his team.
Any other initial thoughts?
Does anyone know is there a sidewalk on the other side of the street of Edgewood?
There's a bike trail.
There is a bike.
There's an asphalt bike trail.
Okay, I didn't remember if there.
And then in conjunction with the roundabout, we actually added a pedestrian crosswalk from the northwest side of the intersection to the southwest side of the intersection, and then added a sidewalk to the property line of the synagogue. And then they would need to extend that and carry it into the site so they could actually access the building. And we put a light there too to illuminate the area a little bit for the walkers who are early morning and late evening.
I was going to say, would consideration be given to like putting flashing lights on either side of the crosswalk?
I'm not sure how that would work with the roundabout. That's something maybe for your traffic engineer to look at, maybe discuss with our traffic consultant.
I mean, services would go into the evening, right?
Typically, so just a rundown, basically on a regular week. So during the week, everyone drives. Walking is only on Friday night and Saturday morning. So during the week, everyone's driving. The only service that we do at nighttime, that there would be walkers, is Friday evening, which is around that sunset. That's when we pray, and then Saturday mornings around 9:30 is the prayer schedule.
Just because it's not a real well-lit area, I'm just thinking of walkers, say, walking back up through. I know I used to live up on 332, and I have seen a lot of people walking on Yardley-Newtown Rd to Schuyler, and then all the way down Schuyler. I'm just thinking of them getting out of there safely, at night when it's.
Yeah, we're happy to look into that and coordinate with the township.
That's all I have.
Great. Okay, well, if there's nothing else, then I will thank you all for your time and for coming to see us, and look forward to seeing what you come back with.
Thank you for your input and feedback. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
I see no further items on the list. I am just going to go ahead and
Tomorrow, by the way.
I am calling the February 10th through 11th, 2025 Planning Commission meeting to a close. We are adjourned.